Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to the second day of the Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design Working Group meeting. My name is Christina Guimera, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I will be assisting with the WebEx for today's meeting. Next slide, please. The meeting is being recorded, and the video file will be posted to the initiative webpage for the information and convenience purposes only. The recordings and any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. These working groups are intended to be collaborative and stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives. While we always welcome comments and feedback, just a reminder to keep those professional and respectful. Next slide, please. We'll pause for questions periodically throughout the meeting. You can raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon at the bottom of your WebEx screen. Or if you joined audio only, press number 2 on your device. If you're in the room with us today, please use your microphone when commenting or asking your question so that those on the WebEx can hear you. For everyone joining us today, please state your name and affiliation first. Next slide, please. If you could move to slide 41. Here you can see our agenda for today, April 30th. In a moment, I will turn things over to Danielle Powers, our facilitator, for opening comments and meeting goals. Then we will discuss comments from the March 13th meeting and takeaways from yesterday's working group session. From there, today's discussion will focus on a path forward. We'll start with modeling, then move to outage substitution and availability and performance incentives. After breaking for lunch, we will continue the discussion on a path forward for Backstop, EDAM, RSE, day ahead sufficiency, and remaining topics to be discussed at a future working group and stakeholder suggestions. We'll wrap up today's session with closing remarks and next steps. And with that, I'll turn it over to Danielle for goals for the day.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining in person and on the phone. We have a lot to cover today. And just to sort of lay out the goals. I think for today, it's really about walking away today with consensus on which problem statements and issues to move forward, which may need more discussion and analysis, and which may be tabled for now. You know, when this effort started, the working group was really focused on problem statements and priorities. And there's a lot that needs to be covered. So as the discussion rolls through what moves forward and what needs more analysis, there will inevitably be things that for now need to be sort of put on the back burner so that progress can be made on issues that that represent priorities for the ISO and for stakeholders. So I'm not sure if people had the opportunity to read the discussion paper, but we'll go through, I was going to go through sort of that at a high level after we walked through some of the comments that were received on outage substitution from the 313 meeting and takeaways from yesterday's discussion. So if we can move to the next slide. So starting with the March 13th comments on outage substitution, they really, I won't read through all of the words here, but they were really focused on incentives, looking at the reliability impact of outage substitution or lack thereof when it doesn't happen. There were questions around reporting requirements for forced outages. There were some comments received that, you know, that care needs to be taken in putting off outages because you can't find substitution. So kind of trying to get at the reason why outages are being moved from planned to forced. Comments were received on a UCAP counting methodology and how that interacts with planned and forced outages. Next slide, please. There were also comments on, as I said, there were comments on incentives, the process for that the CAISO utilizes for substitution of outages. And then we talked a bit yesterday about, medium notice outages. And we talked about it yesterday in the context of RA visibility, but there's also a sort of a similar theme on medium and shorter term notice for outages. So there were a lot of comments received on outage substitution. And we tried to summarize them here and pull some common themes out. Anything that anyone wanted to highlight that we didn't reflect in these comments? I think that the themes are generally there. And this outage substitution will be something that we talk about as we move into the problem statement and path forward discussion.
We have a hand online from Kathleen Colbert.
Kathleen, please go ahead. We're not picking up audio from the line.
Okay, can you hear me now? I'm sorry. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra.
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Perfect. Thank you. I think I announced myself, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. And I just had a quick clarifying question on your summary. This is a great high-level summary. I just wanted to confirm that you touched on a couple items, noting that folks who commented on the need for substitution, challenges with the substitution process, and the plan to force conversion. In Vistra's comments, we've really been pushing for CAISO to tackle a part of the tariff that isn't very clear for a specific type of outages that fall into those high-level summaries. It's the advanced notice forced outages that are identified after T-minus 45, but before T-minus 8. So they're forced outages, but you know about them sooner than the T-minus 8 window. Those are the ones that go through that plan to force conversion. So I just wanted to confirm if when you mentioned it at the high level, that was falling into that bucket, or if it is somewhere else.
Yeah, Catherine, thanks for the question. So it is in that bucket. It's a general sort of, is there visibility within those timeframes that needs to be, that the process needs to be enhanced.
Great, thank you so much for confirming.
Anyone else on the phone?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So takeaways from yesterday, and we don't have a slide on this. We just wanted to sort of summarize what we heard yesterday. Yesterday's discussion was really focused on Backstop, and there was good discussion. I think the ISO presenting their process was very helpful. And I think the panel was really informative in terms of what participants are thinking about and concerned about when they look at Backstop. So I think the takeaways yesterday that I jotted down, and happy to hear feedback on this, is there was a lot of discussion around what ISO's role is in relation to the LRAs and how the PRMs that are set by the LRAs interact with the CAISO analysis on LOLE that's being proposed. There was discussion around discretion of Backstop and how ISO, the CAISO exercises that. And then for the CAISO, a need to describe, and I think we talked a bit about it yesterday, but I feel like from the conversation that there's more to talk about, is how the CAISO looks at non-RA. So those were the takeaways from yesterday in terms of the backstop. Anything else that CAISO should note of, aside from those three sort of general themes, that CAISO should take forward as this moves at some point through the policy development process? Did we get it generally? Okay. Okay, nothing on the phone? Okay. Next slide, please. So I wanted to set the stage as we move into the problem statements. Hopefully people had a chance to read the discussion paper, but if not, I was just going to sort of give a lay of the land here, because this process started out with, I think, 3 problem statements. And based on all of the issues underneath those, as you'll see in the discussion paper, the problem statements sort of morphed into now 4 tracks, I think. So originally, the problem statements were focused on 3 areas, which was overall system reliability, requirements for RRA capacity and program tools, and LRA cost allocation and cost causation. So based on all of the discussions that have taken place over the last 6 months, there were a lot of sub issues under those, and they sort of now have morphed into 4 tracks. Track 1 is modeling and default standards, and that's the LOLE modeling that was discussed to some extent yesterday. Default PRM, UCAP, ambient D rates. That's sort of the proposed combination of sub issues to move on track 1. Track 2, the proposal is it's focused on outage substitution and RAIM reform. And that's about making the process more efficient for outage substitution, providing incentives for capacity to be available, and then taking a sort of fresh look at RAIM to see if that should be reformed or replaced in some way. Track 3, CAISO is proposing be the backstop reform track, and that's about transparency into backstop capacity and what the ISO sees, and how they make decisions on when to backstop, what threshold needs to be met, how do they use their discretion in making those decisions. So that's track 3. And track 4 is day-ahead sufficiency and the extended day-ahead market for the ISO's balancing authority. And that was discussed a bit yesterday. And I think there's far more to come on sort of the medium and longer term solutions associated with resource sufficiency. And that includes, curing potential deficiencies in the extended day ahead market. And that also will include cost allocation. So just to set the stage, those are the 4 tracks with the issues bucketed into those tracks that the CAISO is proposing. So if we look at problem statement 1, which is now track 1, which is the modeling track. And what you see here is the revised problem statement, which was the original problem statement from back in October. And the underlines that you see are the comments and the feedback, proposed revisions that participants have proposed to that original problem statement. So the revisions are really about, setting the stage for why this issue is being looked at, why the LOE modeling is being proposed. And this also gets into challenges around system-wide sufficiency, the import issue that we talked about yesterday. How does CAISO look at imports, and how do they see what can be expected, not only coming into the balancing area, but also around resources that are located in the balancing area. So this is, I would say, a revised problem statement that reflects comments received. It doesn't reflect everything. It reflects CAISO's judgment on, sort of the collection of comments received, and it's a sort of consensus on the problem statement 1. So I'll pause on that and ask if there's anything that CAISO missed or didn't get right, any revisions that that you want to talk about.
So I think maybe on this one, it's Adeline with PG&E. What we miss is exactly what we discussed yesterday, the ISO roles and the LRA's roles into defining the PRM and the LOLE, because I guess it would be a big issues for moving forward with this one at this stage, but maybe CAISO. No.
Yeah, thanks, Ellen. Can you talk a little more about that? At least in the context of the problem statement, at least how we're viewing it is, and this might be getting to some of the other portions of sort of what this path forward would look like, but it's not meant to be sort of any change in terms of like roles and responsibilities. It's really kind of more acknowledging like the fact that, consistent and transparent information could be helpful BA-wide on the sufficiency of the RA fleet, but then as well as, based on the feedback we received, some LRAs rely on the CAISO's default PRM and counting rules and setting theirs. And so like part of the tie-in was that, to the degree that they are going to rely on it as the default, rely on the default rather than setting their own, we wanted to have that meet sort of a minimum reliability standard of 0.1. So could you help me at least understand like what the concern is about this? To me, this is really about information, transparency, and providing information to the degree that they're not going to run their own LOLE studies. So could you maybe expand on it?
No, definitely the transparency. But I mean, I read the paper. And obviously when you read the paper compared to what you're just representing here, there is way more information in the paper, and there was way more questioning to myself when I was reading that. So definitely that objective, that was definitely something we support from the beginning. Also like revise the default PRM if there is a need. It's when you read the paper, there is also more this idea to go through these LOLE analysis, the modeling that Adit are presenting, and that's might be more the way I understand it as well, because it's track 1, it might be the track you will be prioritizing first. But we can discuss that more, because I feel like also in your paper, you highlight many interdependencies between every track. So, I mean, we need to digest the paper and discuss more internally, but at some point I was like, oh, maybe we do not prioritize the right way. Like track 2, you have many interdependencies or issues related to track 1. So I was just wondering, maybe we should just start with track 2. So we're gonna discuss more. But
that's okay. Great feedback. And at least I'll say for my own part, I wouldn't necessarily view the tracks have some sort of, from my view, there is some sort of logical sequencing. I don't necessarily think it's going to mean we're going to finish track 1, then move to track 2. I think it would likely be the case where we try to move on all of these quickly, just because of the overlapping topics. I recognize there will be staffing constraints. There'll be a lot of other implementation issues that we'll have to go back. So we'll have to try to make sure that we're working with our internal partners on from IT, from operations, and so it's not necessarily meant to be sequential in terms of like, yeah, we recognize those issues. Yeah, thanks, Alan.
We have a hand on the phone line from Lisa.
This is Lisa Bro representing Microsoft. I just wanted to chime in really quickly, and Partha, I support how you're looking at the modeling portion. So we just wanted to support the CAISO in that. And I wanted to remind everyone as well as we discuss this, a few things that the CAISO does do that I think this modeling effort could be important in is, for example, CAISO has retirement authority. And so studies like this can be really, really important as we continue forward and looking at our fleet and just having more information, more access to looks like. So I just wanted to chime in there that I think there are important things to think about. And I never got the sense that you're usurping any jurisdiction in this modeling effort. Thank you.
No other questions.
Okay, thank you for that. And yeah, I think those comments came through loud and clear over the past 6 months, the importance of the authority and responsibility of the LRAs. And I think for this problem statement and some of the sub-issues underneath it, I think what CAISO is asking is, you know, you could continue to tweak the words, but generally, do they have the right problem that it needs to be addressed? And we'll talk in a minute about how some of the sub-issues are grouped, but are those sub-issues grouped logically, at least for now? I think most of the people around the table have been through market design and market design changes for a while and recognize that as these problem statements and tracks, sub-issue tracks move forward, that there's nothing set in stone here. You may find, as you're talking through all this, that a UCAP belongs in a different track, or it's a more natural fit somewhere else. So we're not trying to lock, CAISO is not trying to lock anyone into a position, just to get some consensus on, and for this problem statement in particular, is there consensus that LOLE modeling is something that would provide some visibility to people, and at the same time give ISO some comfort that reliability continues to be ensured. So can we go to the next slide, please? These are the sub-issues under problem statement 1 from the original draft of the problem statement. And this gets to the sub-issues under problem statement 1 for portfolio evaluation. And we've talked a bit yesterday, and we talked some more a little bit this morning about having some forward timeframes on looking at resource adequacy and giving participants more transparency into the overall level of system reliability. And how that interacts with the LRA system reliability measures. And then again, talked yesterday as well, and CAISO recognizes the need for some an additional look into how non-RA is seen by CAISO and how that factors into the assessment of whether backstop needs to be triggered. Any feedback on those sub-issues?
No questions online.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Yep.
I jump in. This might be just more for us, and just, you mind going back to the previous slide? So the non-RA visibility here, there's probably a couple of different aspects of it. Like we had a good, robust discussion yesterday in terms of our RA processes, like how we might see, not how we might sort of see RA or see non-RA. In the context of the modeling, I think it's a little different. I don't think we're thinking about any tie-in to our processes per se via this information. So to me, the conversations around CPM and those would be very separate from anything in terms of this non-RA visibility that's discussed here. This would be more for like informational purposes and trying to understand and try to have visibility into the reliability situation on the grid, given the full set of resources that's contracted for us, not just the sort of limited set that's shown for RA. So, but
Yeah, this is Steve Keen from Edison. I just want to add with that part, to me, I think the main part of that is understanding what resources within the CAISO are going to be committed to things outside of the CAISO. I think this is going to become important with RAP being out there now, potentially with Markets Plus, which is going to use RAP, but also with the filing that, or not the filing, but the announcement that a couple of the RAP entities made that they want to delay the penalty part for RAP until 2027 because of the shortage of resources within the West. I think that, and you know what we've seen with the CAISO like last summer with exports and stuff, I think understanding which, you know, it used to be that resources within the CAISO were pretty much, you knew they were tied to within the CAISO. I think it may be important to start trying to understand which resources within the CAISO are tied to, not tied, but are providing RA to non-CAISO entities, so that we know, you know, what we can count on and what's committed elsewhere.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, to me, I'd agree. Like that type of information, hopefully, would be that information transparency both for the ISO and for stakeholders. I imagine would be valuable.
Partha, this is Aditya. I'd like to just add to that comment that Steve just mentioned that one of the other advantages of having a survey conducted is to get that information. What resources are part of your LSC portfolio now and going into the future will help with that assessment. So thank you. Back to the room.
Yeah, Partha, thanks. It's Brian Thaker. I want to build on Steve's comments a little bit. It may be my shallow understanding, but I was struck from yesterday's discussion that there are multiple flavors to the term non-RA. As a supplier, you know, I always had a very narrow interpretation of that. That was capacity within the ISO balancing authority area that was contracted, but for the express purpose of providing priority to exports with another BAA. We've sold that product. But the discussion yesterday, to me at least, suggested that, well, there's also RA that's under contract to an LSE, but not on a supply plan because it's being held for planned outage substitution or something like that. And I think there's even a third flavor. Maybe there's capacity out there that's not contracted that is available. So as we continue, I'm again very sympathetic to the ISO's plight about seeing all this stuff because it makes a difference for local reliability, whether it's contracted to Arizona or contracted, if it's operating, that may provide you guys with what you need. So maybe we need, with regard to this term, to introduce some more additional precise terms to capture these sub buckets so that when we're talking about non-RA, we're talking, you know, consistently about one of those three flavors and not commingling.
And I'm going to follow up on that because I think there might even be another category, which I don't think people contemplated when RA started, and that's energy only resources. And, you know, I was trying to get my head around how they would fit in, and I haven't really been able to figure that out because a lot of the time, you know, they can provide energy. You know, this came to me as an issue when we were talking about the exceptional dispatch, because they can be exceptionally dispatched, but then if you give them a CPM, you know, they can't provide RA, but they're eligible for a CPM if they get an ED. I'm having a hard time putting all that together and understanding what it means. And I think that's because when we started with RA, I don't think, there weren't really any any generators that were energy only. Everybody could provide RA. And I think we've gotten to the point where we now have generators that we realize can't provide RA all the time. Whether it's done with an ELCC or through the slice a day or whatever, they're only providing some RA. And that's gone from a very small percentage of our fleet to a much larger percentage of our fleet. And now we have these resources that are defined as energy only. And I think maybe we need to, well, at least I need to step back and think about what that means, because I don't quite get it right now.
No, Tom from Middle River. So, Steve, just to help out here, if you go back into the early stages of the ISO and the RA program here, sort of the exceptional dispatch aspect of energy only resources is generally like when the P max is greater than the NQC deliverability quantity. And so to that extent, for RA purposes, NQCs qualify, but when ISOs gets into a situation of emergency need, generally speaking, for them, they're allowed to exceptionally dispatch up to the Pmax, even though the unit might bid not only to its NQC or whatever RA amount is sold, it can bid up to its entire Pmax 365, regardless of how much RA is sold. And that's where sort of RUC comes in on non-$0 RUC bids for the additional portion. So, I mean, it's been there for a while. We just have more. Yes, I agree with you. We just have more, primarily like, I think renewable resources that are energy only nowadays. But for the fleet back then, there are still portions that were quote unquote energy only above its NQC amount due to deliverability.
Okay, thanks for that. So I want to repeat back what I think I heard, which is, as part of this problem statement or track, that one of the things that needs to be or would be helpful to do is to sort of bucket what non-RA resources are, and then get more clarity around what the CAISO can see for non-RA, what they can't see, and what they can count on, and how that factors into the LOLE modeling. Is that fair? Noah doesn't like that. Okay, go ahead.
No. The definition of resource adequacy capacity in the tariff is any capacity that shows up on a supply plan. Oh, good. David's not here to correct me, so I'll take my liberties. Therefore, anything else is non-RA. I think the problem that the ISO wants to solve is why the non-RA is not bidding into its CSP for CPM.
I think we're very much mixing two conversations. So I think, so like right now, like maybe it's just good to, right now I think we're just focusing on kind of that, the track one issues that we're defining in the modeling, default PRM, default counting, as well as like the last item, which we'll get to, which was addressing ambient derates. And so it's really kind of like, how do we have visibility? How do we have visibility and provide visibility in terms of the reliability of the fleet? And part of, I think, what Steve is sort of highlighting as well, and Aditi in the call, was that like part of the survey and part of the information process might provide us with better information about like what's really under contract to sell outside, what might be available, what are reasonable assumptions in terms of what can be, obtained by us, or attained by LSEs within the CAISO BA, meet reliability, and how do we provide sort of that visibility in the modeling process? I know Aditi is on the call. Maybe he can correct me, but really, we're really just sort of we can get to the second topic eventually on sort of our, but I think this is really focused very separately from the RA processes on the modeling and information side.
Well, I mean, as we talked about interdependencies of both track 1 and track 2, or whatever other track there is, in my mind, I agree and fully support the ISO's desire to do an LOLE study. I think that is important to ensure that the portfolio that is brought to you is reliable. And therefore, the survey that you send out to LSCs should focus on the capacity they have procured. And only the capacity they've procured. I think that is a disagreement we will have for the time being, because then if you're looking at what LSCs have procured, and what non-RA there is on the remaining fleet, will the ISO be able to meet its reliability needs? If that's the case, then you don't even need to ask for what was procured. You can make various assumptions on what will ultimately be procured based on what the existing fleet will be, right? So then, to me, why do it doesn't matter what how you categorize non-RA and whether or not you can assume something is going out to another BAA or something else.
This is Steve from Edison. I want to take a contrary position to that, because I think there is a distinction between, when you do this, there's a distinction between the three types of RA, or at least a couple of them. RA that's signed a contract with a CAISO entity and just isn't shown on a supply plan. Okay, that's one that's at least available for RA for the CAISO. Same thing with stuff that doesn't have a contract. It's at least available for CAISO entities to sign up as RA. So, if your studies say, hey, we're short, go get some, that's the stuff that they can possibly go get, those two things. If it's RA that's been assigned, that's been sold to somebody else, I think maybe we need to look at the implications of that, but I think, like, if there's a resource in California that has sold RA to, let's just say, Arizona, that's almost like an additional piece of load that you have to account for, right? They're assuming that they're going to be able to deliver that to Arizona whenever they need to. And I think that, that's not one that's available for the CAISO to count. Well, maybe you can count on it if it's not being used by Arizona, but you can't count on that. I think it's, it's not something that a CAISO entity could go out and buy. So I think there is a distinction there. And then, the other thing that's starting to occur to me is the energy only parts. I'm really starting to kind of wonder what that means. And in terms of, when we do the analysis, we can't count on it. So I agree with not putting it in there, but I think it would be helpful to know, we're getting into a point where I think there's going to be a fair amount of energy only resources, just because the queue is how big now, like 70,000 or something. And, that may not, by the time we can get the transmission system built up to include that, it's going to be there. But that's one thing that I think might be interesting to know, is like, when you do the LOLE analysis, it's like, okay, this is what we were counting on. But then we also have, there's also all this, there's so much, and, whatever the number is, energy only. And, what impact would that have? And I don't know. But it would be it's something that I think is interesting and should be explored.
A couple of thoughts here. I think first, the non-RA discussion, I think maybe we're confusing things a little bit, because what we talked about yesterday in the non-RA world, that's really, I think, CPM tied mostly. The reason for the visibility is to give us kind of a better understanding and insight into, especially the month ahead, data. I think year ahead is also relevant in month ahead showings and assessment of the system, and helps us make better CPM decisions, or at least better assess system reliability. So I think that in that aspect, that's the non-RA discussion. I think in the modeling world, the non-RA discussion is really looking at, the survey data, what's being contracted. We don't have showings, especially for multi-years. Year ahead, we have 90%. The 10% remaining is non-RA theoretically, but it's under contract. We want to see that the multi-year, we don't have any RA data, so it's all non-RA, but it is under contract. So I think maybe that's what's causing the part of the confusion. And then I think for the energy only, Steve, I think a fundamental thing for RA, I think from day one is RA capacity has to be deliverable. So all RA capacity has to be deliverable. Energy only don't qualify for RA. I don't think we discussed reevaluating that concept here, but if we don't, and I don't think we should, then that still stands. Energy only will simply resources that will be able to participate in the market, for example, maybe respond to exceptional dispatches from the CAISO, but cannot be participating in the RA program.
I agree with that. I think you're right. I don't think we need to rethink that. What I'm suggesting is that we think about how energy only resources impact reliability.
By the way, I offer one suggestion. Sorry, Aditya, were you going in?
Yeah, I was going to just respond really quickly to that comment. In the survey, we are also requesting energy-only resources that are there to the LSC, because those should be counted towards in the reliability assessment. So please provide that information and indicate that in the notes column. The instructions indicate that. The reason we want it is when assessing reliability, that resource and its energy contribution also aids to that. So we don't want to remove that resource and artificially imply that there is less by just assessing the RA-only resources, if those resources are available to that LSC. So I think that addresses Steve's and Noah's comment. But we also have to think about this in a little bit differently. The current RA design is one thing, and what happens there and what does not happen there. But in the long-term RA assessment, we are making an assumption that all future capacity is RA eligible in that time frame of reference in the assessment. So that's another clarification that we provided in the survey discussion. So yeah, back to you, Partha.
Yeah, and I see we have Brian and Noah. And maybe I'll offer some context before we get into it. This is a fantastic conversation. I shouldn't expect anything else, because to me, what we're actually doing is getting into the development of solutions and the nuances of how we should do the modeling. And I think right now, at least with all these tracks, we could go down those, and I'm not expecting us to say not have any conversation, but a little bit what we're trying to get to is, are there specific concerns with how we're with moving things forward and how it's being framed here? And what would it take to get you to yes? And so we're saying, we recognize the fact that there'll be lots more conversations, a lot more disagreements, revisions to the problem statements as we learn through this process. But yeah, I don't think we're going to solve any of these or come to consensus. But I totally appreciate the fact that experts in this area are bringing up how the technical discussions too.
No, from Middle River, I always hope to get to consensus. By the way, Partha. And this is why I enjoy these conversations, just to do that. And two, I think we're overall agreed on the goal, and I think we differ on how to reach that. And so I'll point back to sort of something that Aditya is currently doing. He's not going to put it on him, it's the ISO. So the ISO is already starting the modeling, surveying. So the how is already being laid into place. And this is where our differences and disagreements come in. If we're concerned about non-RA, I think, and Aditya, please correct me if I'm wrong here, I understand that the ISO is asking for for up to 100% of LSC contracted.
At least 100%.
At least 100%. But it would,
Yeah.
I think it would be better, because then if somebody is actually contracted above the 100%, let's say, to that extent, then you should ask for all of that data rather than just simply up to 100%, because then that's a trigger to sort of stop, right? Because then if to the extent they have an extra 50 megawatts they're not putting on the survey, you don't know about it, and that doesn't accomplish your goal. And then second, on the non-RA piece, the ISO summer reliability, does that ask for a study? Does that ask for non-RA? Does that distinguish non-RA? No, I don't think so. And so, like, why do we make such why do we distinguish such these types of resources here versus a different study the ISO is running for roughly the same need? Thanks.
Yeah, Partha, it's Brian Thaker at Middle River. I'll try to be brief. For Isabella, could we back up one slide? I first want to react to what my colleague just said. It does matter. The ISO has got a fleet of resources that exist within its BAA. But I think a fundamental principle of the RA program is the ISO should rely on those that are contracted to meet the needs of the RA program. And the other resources are there. You can't ignore them. But I think, going way back to some FERC precedent, a resource that the ISO is relying on to provide RA-like service should be getting RA-like compensation. So for me, it's a fundamental fairness principle. And then, Danielle, I hesitated on this one because I don't want to fly spec the problem statements which are being formulated, but it is a personality flaw. The second sub-bullet under the third item leaves me a little cold, and it dovetails with Noah's issue, which is what information is the ISO going to use to make its assessments? And I think I'm with my colleague here, which is you should use information about what you have to the maximum extent possible and not speculate as, fill in the gaps. To me, reliability analysis that aren't based on verifiable, dependable information are less than entirely valuable. So the word anticipating, I think, is what is giving me that discomfort, because I'd like to see, I strongly support, as does Noah, I strongly support the ISO making these assessments. I would like you to make them on the facts that you have and not the facts that you'd like to have.
Brian, this is Aditya. One thing I'd probably say is in the modeling space and those discussions, I think we should have a flexibility to ask a lot of what if questions and run a range of scenarios to get, hey, what if we count on this? What if we count on this much? How does the answer change? So this is educational and information for all of us from a visibility standpoint. So I think that can be assessed. And then when it moves into the implementation phase, I think that's when we will have to pick one and say, hey, this is how it will be done if we are moving it to the implementation phase at that point, right? So to assess, the reason I'm asking for all of this information is energy-only resources, or at least 100%. If you don't have 100, can you make up what that 100% mix would look like? But show me all your resources is the clarification that we provided. But I'll go back and check the notes if that is clear or not. But you want to know all of that resources. And then in the summer assessment, we do another view with all resources in the CAISO BAA. And what is the probability of getting into an unserved energy situation from using all the resources that are available. So there are a few different snapshots, analytical snapshots, if you will, that will help provide a lot more visibility to all of us.
It's Brian. Thank you. I strongly support the ISO should run these scenarios as long as the scenarios are labeled for what they are, and to the extent that they involve speculative resources, they should be labeled as such.
Agreed. Yep.
Okay, anything on the phone? Yep.
Yeah, we have a hand from Mary Neal.
But answered by Aditya's last remarks there. Because I was just wondering about this modeling after all this discussion about including energy only or not, whether that's RA or not, and just because I know that for purposes of battery charging, having some energy only could make sense, you know, if you're just completely excluding that from an LOLE and treating that as zero probability of being available to charge batteries, that may not be fair. So so it sounds like perhaps what we're modeling is different scenarios that would include it or wouldn't include it. Is that what I heard?
So thanks for that question, Mary. I think when you mentioned that in 3 working groups earlier, we did add that clarification where we said if there is an on-site solar resource that is there to charge the battery, that should be that we should know that because it is not charging from the grid for that amount of energy. So we are requesting that information. What we're talking about is there are additional resources that are energy only in the system that don't have an NQC and therefore they're not an RA resource. So we are trying to say those resources are also in the footprint, so we should be modeling them as well from their energy contribution standpoint, but they will not be for the RA contribution.
So is this LOLE study then going to be modeling just the RA fleet or everything? It sounds like potentially everything. I just was confused as to what the LOLE modeling is going to do.
Too. Yeah, so one scenario for the year ahead where you will have 100% RA showings, right? That is just shown RA resources. The only caveat in that assessment is we will add on-site energy solar resources that are charging the battery, also part of that assessment.
Okay.
Then there is another version that we'll propose where we'll say, hey, we know that this is there, but there are also these other resources that are in the system that are energy only that should also be added because their energy contribution helps with reliability, right? So what does that lead us to? Then there is a third view, which will be all RA resources, all energy only resources, everything. That's the summer assessment, kind of an equivalent look where we assess the entire fleet. That's the third view. So as we go across the different steps, I think we'll be able to better understand the metrics.
Okay, that's helpful clarification. I just wanted to understand exactly what was being modeled. So thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, no other questions on the phone.
Okay, thank you. Can we move ahead 2 slides? I think we already went through the slide 46. I get right here. That's great. Thank you. As part of problem statement 1 or track 1, there were sub-issues underneath those that seemed to be sort of natural fits to bucket together, recognizing that there are a lot of issues that are interconnected in a capacity construct, and some of the tethers are more firm than others. So this was a proposed grouping or bucketing of issues underneath problem statement 1 that seemed to have a direct impact on the LOLE modeling, and that is CAISO's default PRM and reassessing that in light of the changing resource mix, but recognizing that the default PRM and default counting rules should meet the 1 in 10 criteria. The next bullet is about availability and the sort of disconnect between the ambient D rates and the NQCs today that are counted towards meeting reliability. And then the third bullet is about resource accreditation, and this gets into the interaction with UCAP and the changing structures that the CPUC is looking at, and the opportunity for the CAISO to consider alternatives to the current counting design, and as well as reevaluating availability and performance metrics. So that was the proposed grouping underneath problem statement 1, which was the LOLE modeling, the default PRM, UCAP in collaboration with the CPUC as a basis for default counting rules, and ambient D rates. Any feedback on the grouping of the issues underneath problem statement 1 or track 1? Any concerns with those or questions?
I have a question. I understand how the CPUC sets its counting rules. You know, currently ELCCs, and then soon to be, you know, a different method. How do the other LRAs establish their counting rules?
As I was leaving for another meeting.
All right. Sorry about that.
They have their own, each one has its own methodology, or the ones that have methodologies, established methodologies, then they use those. They're very limited, I'll tell you this, and, you know, few resources. None of them do a comprehensive QC counting and accreditation like the PUC. Few have their own methodology and provide input, very limited resources, and they establish their own methodology. And from a CAISO perspective is when we get 2 LRAs providing QC values, we use the higher of the 2 for establishing in QC. That's our process.
Okay, I guess I think what's happened with the munis before, they have a lot of their own generation, so that probably has just comes in at whatever it is. But they're starting to buy some of the renewable energy as well. Are they using something similar to ELCCs, or are they taking the nameplate value of solar fields?
Could I offer a suggestion?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anyone on the phone who might want to answer, but it might be this might be an
From
opportunity.
the LRAs?
Yeah,
I mean,
you're asking a question of, I don't think that we have, Abdul, please correct me, full visibility into what all their prices look like. We speak to them obviously, but we don't have certainly don't have a full accounting of all the methodologies and information.
That's fine, and I'm not trying to be, I really just don't have any idea how they're doing it. And it was just kind of an interesting question, because I don't know that they've, as they start to buy more and more solar and wind and things, it's how are they counting them?
Maybe we can ask, Isabella, is anyone on the phone sort of offer
Yeah.
to weigh in?
We have Kathleen Colbert on the phone.
That might not, feel free to weigh in, Kathleen.
I literally just said that is not what I think Partha meant.
Yeah, not what I
Go
meant.
back on mute, Partha,
Correct.
and ask
Great.
my question after.
Great, thank you, Kathleen. Yeah, I think that was from our take, there was a number of parties who'd indicated that they do rely on our default PRM and counting in terms of setting their requirements for their entities. And that was sort of part of our rationale for wanting to have the updated.
Yeah, the CAISO there's a default PRM, but you have default counting rules too? Okay. And where do they come from? Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Steve, this is David Zlotlo. I can address that. The default counting rules are in the tariff. That's if no LRA has a QC value for a resource. So if any LRA has calculated a qualifying capacity value for a resource type, then we go with that. If there's multiple LRAs that have computed a QC for that resource, we go with the highest QC value. And then so the default rules would only apply if there's a resource sitting out there and no LRA has calculated a QC value for that resource, which I don't know if it's never happened, but you know, if it's happened, it's just been few small scattered resources. So in practice, I don't think it really comes into effect. And I think, you know, the default PRM, again, it's a default. If an LRA just simply doesn't adopt a PRM at all, then a default would kick in. But so I think the default rules are in the tariff, but I think just the way it works, if they've kicked in, it must have been very, very limited scattered instances.
Okay, can I ask a question about that? Because something you said, when you do your analysis, I assume it's if the same resource has different QCs set by the different LRAs. So like if there's a solar field that's sold to both, let's say a CPUC entity and a muni, the CPUC would use, okay, for this year, it's going to use the ELCC. So for September, it's taking whatever it is, 13, 14% or something. If the muni that's counting that for September says, well, we're going to count it at 50%, you would use 50% for both the muni number and the CPUC entity's share of that resource?
So is this a question about modeling? Because if it's a question about the modeling, I don't know that I'm not the one to answer that. That would be Aditya, or someone else. But in terms of the RA showings, the NQC of the plant the entire NQC would be based on the higher QC value. So if it's a modeling question, I'll defer to others. But that's just purely in the RA showings process. It would just be the higher value.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. I have to think what the implications of that are. Thanks.
Yeah, we have 3 stakeholders in queue right now. We have Kathleen, Tony Zimmer from NCPA, and Meg McNall from the 6 cities.
I might strangely say, could we go to Kathleen? Don't mean to skip you over again. I think the other ones might have been weighing in on this current conversation and responding for their areas. So I suggest going to Tony first, and then
Go ahead, Tony.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for the question. NCPA does represent a number of non-CPC jurisdictional LSCs, and our resource adequacy programs are administered by our local regulatory authority, and so we have established rules that have been approved through a public process. First, as far as the resource counting conventions are concerned, while I can't speak on behalf of non-CPC jurisdictional LSCs, there is a common theme that in many cases, the counting conventions rules that are established are consistent with the default counting conventions that are described in the ISO tariff, but there may be differences. And in many cases, at least for my members, the differences are attributed to establishing rules that more accurately reflect the actual operating capability of individual units or facilities. And I think, for example, the ELCC assumes some generalized application of performance across the fleet, but we may have specific units that have historic operating characteristics that may differ, and so in those cases we may establish counting conventions that account for the actual operable capability of the individual facility, and this extends beyond just solar. For example, there may be unique characteristics attributed to individual, say, hydro facilities that have significant head pressure based on both high and low reservoir operating conditions that enable the facility to achieve certain operating levels under those conditions. And so to ensure that we're establishing counting conventions that reflect the true capability of the facility, we may establish counting rules that that speak to that. Those programs are generally adopted through a public process via our LRAs at our boards, so none of it's hidden. You just have to go look for it, and we do share that information with ISO for reference. And I think also looking at this slide, I think at least our perspective is we're not yet in agreement that adopting a planning reserve margin based on a 0.1 LOLE is an agreed upon methodology. So we think that is still a subject for discussion. And I think in that context, we generally support the suggestions made by the 6 cities that we're okay with establishing as a goal, reviewing the default planning reserve margins to ensure that they are updated if necessary to reflect some level of reliability that's necessary to support reliable operations on the grid, but we're not yet fully convinced that that specific methodology is ultimately the appropriate methodology. Still to be determined there. So just to a note on that last question, my understanding, even if a non-CPC jurisdictional establishes an NQC value for a facility that may be different, may or may not be higher than, say, for example, the CPUC's established methodology. And I think, as ISO explained, and please correct me if I'm off, that they'll reflect the higher of those 2 values on the generally published NQC list, but that doesn't enable all LSEs then to claim that. The LSEs are still subject to the underlying counting conventions established by their LRA. So in the event that there's a higher value on the NQC list, if a CPUC jurisdictional LSE has a joint interest in that same facility, it's my understanding that their ability to count capacity from that unit would still be bound or limited to what would otherwise be eligible based on the counting conventions established by the CPUC or the ELCC. And so there are some inherent controls in there to ensure that each LRA is, being that their counting is based on their underlying approved rules. But again, just to reiterate, we generally establish methodologies for counting that are more acutely focused on the actual operating characteristics of the underlying facility that we're measuring. And I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions or defer to Meg.
Tony, this is Partha with the ISO. Could at least I understand your concern with the 0.1 LOLE? And at least again, want to emphasize again, this is the default. We're sort of recognizing that default PRM, default counting rules, not minimum standards. Is the concern you have with the including the 0.1 LOLE as the target? Even for the default, or is it that there should, or is there something else foundational in terms of how this is worded that you would want to change in order to support this going forward?
Yeah, I think, and again, I could be a little off from misunderstanding the intent of the statement, but it seems to imply a selected distinct methodology. I know there's been a lot of work and effort trying to understand what the result of a 0.1 LOLE would actually mean. What would that mean in the context of, the planning reserve margin targets? Are they in fact achievable based on the status of the existing fleet? And so I guess just at a high level, at least in our opinion, it seems like it's kind of making a fairly specific presumption as to other potential study methodologies that may establish, let's say, a defined planning reserve margin. So in the tariff today, I would argue there's more of a defined metric or standard that is the default, the 15% planning reserve margin, and that is more clearly defined and understood, whereas a 0.01 LOLE is my understanding, a bit more variable in nature as to you don't ultimately know what that translates into pending a whole variety of assumptions that are factored into a study. And so as to whether or not it would be more efficient to have kind of a fixed stated planning reserve margin target in the tariff or a reference to a methodology, we're still kind of thinking through that. But we think it is a pretty fundamental and core issue. So we want to ensure that I've heard a number of representations, made by stakeholders over the past day or so here saying that we've all agreed to that. And so let's move forward. And I just wanted to clarify that that may not ultimately be true, that there may be some concerns for various stakeholders, including us, about the presumption that that is the appropriate study methodology at this point.
Okay, that's helpful feedback, and at least DTA and others can weigh in to correct me on the modeling side. To me, it was almost always, the original counting and the original PRM were set based on similar studies, and that there were sort of analysis that set them, but now in effect they're stale based on the fleet. So I'd imagine what we'd really be doing is there'd be an iterative process, and there wouldn't be, in order to really understand people's, in order to sort of update those numbers. And so it would have an updated number and updated counting rules based on, the updated counting would likely reflect, the relative contribution to reliability on the system. And that would sort of work in tandem with the PRM that's set for the expected portfolio in order to meet the 0.1 LOLE. And so for us, we'd imagine that there would be kind of a sort of cross-initiative process that would include, lots of stakeholder discussions, but a lot of technical modeling discussions where all these pieces would need to fit together to meet that 0.1 LOLE. So I don't imagine that the end goal is to have just 0.1 LOLE as the new assumption. It'd be really like, that would be the metric that the modeling was trying to produce. And that would sort of work in tandem with the counting rules as well as the PRM.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. We're definitely open to that concept. I think that one concern is kind of factoring in that element of pragmatism that, depending on what inputs are put into a model, if we basically say we're going to abide by a 0.1 LOLE model and the outcome of what methodology we employ, and I know this is not realistic and just using it as a kind of an obnoxious extreme example, but say it produces an outcome that says 40% planning reserve margin, how do we then account for the reality of that? Establishing a 40% planning reserve margin, is it going to necessarily be achievable with the existing fleet and would have a huge financial implication on ratepayers? So just trying to understand kind of not just the input, but how the output will be viewed in absolute, or would be then further evaluated in consideration of just the reality of the fleet that we have today, and then the trade-off of the level of reliability we're striving for versus the ultimate cost that would generate for ratepayers. So understanding what flexibility there is on both sides of that equation versus just having a model, and the model is what it is, and the number that comes out is the number, and there's no further consideration of it. So I think understanding what the likely implications of the methodology would be on those key factors is something that we're very interested in.
Yeah, and maybe that's.
Tony.
Go ahead, DTA.
Thanks, Walter. Thank you, Tony. One thing I'll probably clarify there is when we say 0.1 LOLEs, that is a widely so far accepted metric of measurement of system reliability and sufficiency, fleet reliability and sufficiency. So I think that's what we've been saying, but in the stakeholder engagement discussions, I think we should be free to explore POE and NOLEV and other metrics that we should also be looking at in that conversations to better understand. And when it comes to defining the default PRM, I agree it should go both with PRM and counting rules that get associated, and when something gets implemented and what is the timeline, obviously will be informed a lot by the ground reality. So all of those factors will come in. It's not the model safe kind of an approach. So yeah, thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And I know this is a tough issue and it's easy for me to just talk. So we'll definitely be engaged and participate throughout the process. And I do appreciate all the effort by the ISO and the stakeholder group to look at this.
And maybe one thing, Tony, too, to your other questions, like I think there seemed like it was a like to me, like when I'm using the word default, I'm more like trying to emphasize the fact that this is not a minimum. This is really this is big. You know, it's being applied. It could be applied in one sense, in the sense of like, you know, LRAs voluntarily say, yeah, the ISO has done a good transparent job of producing this result. These counting and PRM rules, and we want to adopt them, but also we recognize the fact that they might have, as they can today, they might have different rules. And so, like, I was just wondering, like, really these are default. Does that sort of change any of your concerns, or is there anything else sort of foundational that we're missing?
No, that's a great question, a great point. I think we strongly believe in the current kind of respect that the tariff provides to the jurisdictional authority of the local regulatory authority, and that the default planning reserve margin and the default county conventions only apply in the situation where the LRA doesn't establish their own requirements. And obviously load serving entities have a strong a strong interest in maintaining system reliability, because if the reliability of the system goes down, we answer to our customers. And so there's always a strong interest, at least in my membership, to support establishing rules and criteria that are aimed towards a very reliable system. And so to the extent that the result of this still includes the authority for the delegated authority to the LRAs to basically continue to set their own requirements, and only to the extent that they do not, that the defaults would apply, then that removes some of our concern. I think one of the concerns is there just seems to be a general kind of sense of momentum that if there's a set of default county conventions that are adopted, that why shouldn't they apply to everybody as the primary? And there's just that underinherent concern about the possibility of some type of impact on the current delegated jurisdiction that's there today. And again, for us, the goal is we are very close to the operations of our fleet and understand the operating characteristics of our units and know what our units can do under certain circumstances. And sometimes the default conventions can, out of the necessity for simplicity or for the ability to implement them in a common way, they use some averaging assumptions that may not actually be reflective of an underlying unit's operational capability. And so in those instances, generally when we adopt rules that are somewhat different than the default, it really is focused on just acknowledging the unique operational characteristics of an underlying unit. So as long as those defaults are truly just defaults, then some of the concern is alleviated. But I think there's that overarching concern that the general kind of tenor of the discussion seems to imply that once we establish this, that there could be questions as to how it applies. But so that's just again, kind of the hesitation as to if there was a risk that jurisdictional authority was removed, then obviously we have an acute interest on ensuring that the default county conventions accurately account for the operating characteristics of our units.
Thanks. Really appreciate that.
No, thank you for the questions. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments.
Okay, we have a few more stakeholders in queue. Let's go to 6 Cities. Meg McNoll.
Meg McNoll with Thompson Coburn for the 6 Cities. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Great.
we can.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to respond to, I think it was Steve Keen's original question about how some of the non-CPUC jurisdictional entities establish their counting rules and whether those methodologies are in alignment with the default counting rules that are included in the ISO tariff. And while I'm speaking on behalf of 6 different LSEs with 6 different local regulatory authorities, what I can say is, in general, what the 6 cities do is establish their counting rules using methodologies that are in alignment with the CAISO default criteria. The 6 cities typically use those default methodologies unless, as Tony Zimmer pointed out, there's a resource-specific reason not to do that. So again, speaking in general, we're not counting a solar resource at sort of nameplate capacity as a way of bumping up what the resource's capabilities appear to be. In terms of some of the other issues that we've talked about, the 6 cities are very interested in ensuring that the authority of their own local regulatory authorities to set default counting rules and a default PRM is preserved. We think that the methodologies that we've used historically provide an appropriate level of reliability for our systems. And again, as NCPA has pointed out, we are acutely concerned about overall system reliability when there is a problem and the lights go out, as it were, within the city systems. Our community members are the ones that are reaching out to our local utility to express concerns about what's going on. So that sort of overall theme of wanting to ensure an adequate level of reliability is something that is carried through our resource adequacy programs. In terms of the LOLE metric that we've been discussing and the use of that to set default PRMs, you know, we're not opposed to having this conversation, but I think we are also not yet in a position to sort of resoundingly endorse that as the right methodology. It is encouraging, Partha, that you have clarified that the CAISO would be looking to utilize this as a default and not as a minimum. And so I think that's helpful. And we are planning to continue to engage with stakeholders in the ISO on these issues so that we can hopefully get to a policy that we're all comfortable with. And then I guess relatedly on the LOLE metric here, I think it's really important to, as Tony and a couple of other stakeholders have mentioned, recognizing the reality of the current procurement environment that LSEs are in. It is not going to do any of us any good to utilize a methodology that results in a higher PRM that isn't reasonably achievable based on the resources available in the market. So it's going to be very important to consider a transition period to ensure that just by virtue of adopting this new methodology, we're not putting LSEs out of any kind of compliance. I'll stop there, but also happy to answer any questions.
Anyone else on the phone?
Yeah, could we go to Eric Little?
CCA. So I want to reflect on something that Tony said, and I appreciate the information that Tony provided. I do think that we need to be taking a much closer look at the hydro facilities in the state. So the ISO published data about RA showings for the last 5 years, 2019 through 2023. And when you take a look at that information, you find that year ahead showings from hydro were as low as 4,800 and as high as 6,000. Strangely enough, after following if you looked at May 31st snowpack percent of normal, after following in 2020 3%, followed by 0% in 21, 6% in 22. For some reason, the year ahead showing from hydro actually went up by 600 megawatts between 22 and 23. I'm not sure why that happened, but it certainly is interesting. The month ahead showings, however, also interesting. 2023 was actually 200 megawatts shy of 2019's number, while the amount of snowpack was nearly double as of May 31st. And at that same time, the NQC that the ISO shows for the month of September for 2023 was 7,000 megawatts, a full 1,000 megawatts higher than what was shown, and the installed capacity was 10,337. So the numbers are all over the place, and I get that hydro systems are complicated and operating them is complicated, but in a time where we've got an insufficient amount of capacity, really looking at what these resources can do, I think is a very important thing for us to consider in this process. So I agree with all your points about looking at resources being derated for heat conditions, those sorts of things, looking at UCAP, et cetera. But for hydro, we really need to take a close look at those facilities and what they should reasonably be expected to be able to do so that we don't end up shorting the market in RA during a time where we just simply don't have enough. So thank you.
Okay, let's go to Perry.
Perry Servideo at CISA. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Slide is the path. That we all had the robust discussion that would be necessary to lay out that it should be a default PRM rather than a minimum PRM. So I would just ask, in this path forward, if the CAISO could, at least in its papers, lay out what the benefits and drawbacks of using a default rather than a minimum would be in terms of reliability and equity. That would be really really helpful. And then also, or at least could you answer that question? Is it already decided? Will it be a default PRM as we move forward, or is that still something you want to discuss and weigh?
I certainly think that the topic, I don't think there are topics that we're looking to close discussion on. So like that's what I'll say is that like to the degree that I recognize that, NOAA had a good discussion yesterday on that. You're bringing it up today. I don't think that we're necessarily trying to close the door here. I do think that that topic is obviously one that's much more controversial. There'll be lots of splits and opinions. There'll be lots of implications of that in terms of forward planning and all the issues that Eric Little brought up. And that in terms of this modeling pathway forward and updating our default rules, it really is that would be a much bigger scope issue that I would think that could be part of still the discussions in the working groups going forward, but not something that we're proposing as a part of these 4 tracks to include in the pathway forward. So does that help, Perry?
Yeah, I think if you are making that determination, I understand it's a complicated and sticky issue, but really it'd be good to at least see if the path forward is to stick with default rather than minimum. It'd really be good to see some CAISO thinking on the reliability impacts that a default would have rather than a minimum. It'd be good to see the CAISO discuss the equitability impacts that might have on the various entities within CAISO. And what I'm also hearing is there's the sort of regulatory aspect of this as well. And I'm still open to the fact that it might have to be a default, but I'm still also extremely concerned about the reliability and equity facets here. So that's why it would be good to see that type of discussion in any discussion paper that you guys put forward.
No, thanks for the feedback, Perry. And maybe just to make the tie-in, I think that right now what we do is we have default rules in our tariff. And so it's really like we recognize the fact that more conversations, like I'd love to say that we're gonna come to an end of RA and we're gonna say, like, hey, we fixed all the RA complications. I look around the country, I think that's probably not realistic. So we recognize that there'll likely be sort of continued dialogues about how the requirements, the products, the ISO's role will need to sort of change, and those conversations are ones we're going to have. Right now, when it comes to is like, I think is more of like the fact that we're addressing default. If this was new, I'd say, okay, we might be establishing something here. We have default rules in our tariff. I think it was more of stakeholder feedback on that, was sort of recognizing the fact that those haven't been updated, and that it might be the case that we're really providing information, or to the degree that the LRAs are relying on that, we might be providing information via our default tariff that is resulting in PRMs and counting rules that the LRAs are providing that would not allow for those to meet a 0.1 LOLE. And so that's sort of the reason why we were focusing on that one, sort of in tandem with the modeling work.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I'll just add that the fact that it has been in the tariff for, whatever, 15 years now or longer, kind of, what that tells me is that we do have an opportunity to go back and look at past reliability events and assess the veracity of the default here in terms of CAISO's reliability during those events. And the procurement targets that were met by the various entities, just following their rules. And then also that can give you you can also then look at the load shed that was ordered compared to, you have the table of everybody's shares in the load shed, but you can compare the shedding of the load, which is the reliability impact, to those entities and their contribution to the reliability in the first place. This gets to the equitability sort of aspect of this. I personally, I'd like to see that that's a real way to tackle this decision about default versus minimum, and it could really be CAISO wearing its I have to operate the system hat and reliably operate the system. So I'd really like to press for that kind of look, or even just at recent shortage events that we've had, if you don't want to go back, comb through 15 years of data. But something along those lines would be really helpful. And maybe it does turn out to say, look, it's got a small impact. So generally LRAs are all doing, their best and doing what they're supposed to do. And the amount of potential load shed that they could have is a big enough deterrent to them trying to lower their requirements or meet a less of a requirement. I'm not trying to say they're doing that. I'm saying, we can look at the information that would inform the discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Perry. Appreciate that. Those suggestions.
We go to Mohan Narula.
CWR. So I would like to share some thoughts about the PRM and counting rules. And as we have been submitting comments with those two important topics, and so with regard to PRM, based on our historical performance during the critical times, the system grid, CWR has been able to provide sufficient pressure margin above and beyond the ISO's default, and by even reducing load and moving to the other hours, and also providing extra generation. And we have seen that in the past number of occasions when the ISO system grid was at the distress conditions. For example, in September 6, 2022, CWR was able to drop the load up to 22 megawatts during that critical hour and increase generations in an extraordinary way. So looking at that scenario, and based on our consistent history of providing those kind of supports, PRM does not seem to be a critical issue for us in terms of contributing to the reliability of the IS grid. And even though we have adopted ISOs before PRM 15% today, we still follow that today. And based on the outcome of the PRM with this 0.1 LOLE, we would like to see what it means to CDWR in spite of providing that kind of support. And so we don't want to comment at this time, but we will see how the outcome of the default PRM through this process comes out. And with regard to the accounting rules, CDWR's resources are unique in that they are dependent on the hydrology and water demand. And the forecast of load is based on the water demand and hydrology. So those are updated almost on a monthly basis. And we assess the resource availability for that particular month. And we do not offer resources more than what is the resources capable of providing, which is normally, I think, 5 critical hours at minimum. And we still follow that. So the need for keeping on counting rule is based on our operational characteristics, and that is depend on hydrology and water demand. So, and actually they support the second bullet here. It says that availability of resources based on varying seasonal ambient rates is not consistently reflected in the NQCs, but actually CWR is doing that because we update our NQCs, our QC values based on our load and resource study almost on a monthly basis, and we offer resources to the capacity that is available, not to the full qualified capacity. It is established, I think, in the annual process, and that does not reduce. So in short, I think LRA, as an LRA, CWR would like to keep the PRM and qualifying capacity counting criteria for itself. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
No, thank you for that. Yeah, and like I said, it was a little soft, that last comment. Is if I were to have a summary and try to make sure I fully understood, I appreciate your comments. I really feel like they did a good job helping to understand sort of the unique situation of CDWR. Is basically that for CDWR, you'd be concerned if this was imposed as a minimum standard, given your unique circumstances for how you, for basically your system and how you, and the CDWR water systems. Is that sort of a fair summary?
Yeah, and also I would like to add is that CDWR probably is the only entity that is subject to the ISO's operating procedure for system emergency, where ISO will contact CDWR to reduce load if possible or move away. So that also highlights the significance of PRM for CDWR is not as critical as others, because it is assumed that CDWR's loads are flexible and they can, they can be reduced and moved to other hours when there is a need. And I think the uniqueness is the critical driver here. We want to keep all these provisions to the LRA itself.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Thank you.
Let's go to Peter Griffiths.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I guess the question I have is that it sounds like the way that it's stated in the problem statement and the way it appears in the ISO tariff, there is an assumption that there is a single annual PRM. Is the ISO open to essentially seeing if it makes sense to move to something that is not a single annual PRM, perhaps either seasonal or monthly? And or the other question to some degree is what happens if there are LRAs who do want to go to a varying PRM and not have a single annual? How does the ISO handle that, and how would they handle that?
Abdul, would you answer your second question first?
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're open for in the PRM discussion for, perhaps seasonal or monthly versus a single annual. But from an LRA KISO perspective, we have the capability to consume all the way to monthly PRM. So if an LRA decides to change its PRM on a monthly basis or have a monthly variable PRM, we can take that, and I think the tariff requires us to default to the LRA when they establish their own. So, but monthly is the lowest kind of granular level that we can take.
Okay, thanks. Would the ISO consider going to having a monthly default or a monthly minimum?
I mean, I do think that would, there would be significant, I think the answer, I think, is that via the initiative process, I think that like if stakeholders are pushing that and have a good methodology to support a monthly PRM, I don't think that we're de facto opposed to such an outcome. But I do think, like, at least there's obviously been lots of discussions with that at the CPUC of whether or not that's necessary, and whether or not that'd be appropriate in terms of the slice a day reforms. I don't know that as a part of our default PRM and counting rules included in the tariff. At least I don't know that I've fully thought through sort of what all the implications might be of creating such a monthly default PRM and counting rule process, but I do think that there would be an openness in that initiative process to having those discussions, and if that's warranted, I think that I don't think that we've closed the door on that as an outcome, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, so it sounds like then the modeling would have to go along with that in terms of the way the modeling would be done to support whatever granularity is decided upon or looked at. Is that correct?
DT can weigh in if he's on the phone line. That'd be my assumption, is like if you're wanting to distinguish between PRMs on a different month, it would likely be because you had, if you have different PRMs and different counting rules on a monthly basis, it'd be, you need to have the underlying modeling supporting what these differences look like. But yeah, I'd look for a DT or others to weigh in as well.
Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can explore the concept of a monthly PRM and a seasonal PRM as the default in the modeling process. But as you know, it takes into account a lot more inputs and assumptions. We'll have to focus on how much maintenance can be allowed or assumed in the model. So it is going to be computationally intensive. So yeah, we can explore that possibility when we get there.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious as to whether it was going to be in scope or not in scope for the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, it will probably be, it can be in the scope for the near-term calculations, but when it comes to long-term, I think we probably have to stick with annual, for example, because those are information PRMs.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Can we go to Doug Boccignone?
Yone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. I just had a couple of comments on the modeling and, to the extent we are looking at loss of load expectation, I think we're going to need over time to sort of rethink how we do the LOLE modeling. And I'm thinking in particular, as we've, as the resource mix has changed and we've got a lot of variable resources, we've been incorporating that into the modeling. But on the load side, I think we're going to have to do something similar because with the increasing electrification, it's not going to, every megawatt is not going to be the same. Some of those megawatts, thinking about like electric vehicle charging loads, those may actually be resource megawatts during those most stress conditions, or at least some portion of that. And so I think when we're thinking about the load forecast that's being considered in this analysis, we need to recognize that under the really, really stress conditions, some of that load may not need to be served in the same way we used to think about the load needing to be served. And it not only could that load be dropped, it may actually become a resource, or at least some portion of it. So I think we're going to have to sort of rethink how we do the modeling. And then the other point I wanted to make is related to the earlier discussion about how we're modeling some of the non-RA resources, or the non-counted portion of particularly variable resources. And I get the concerns about deliverability, but I'm thinking about like the resource sufficiency evaluation. My recollection is that the ISO does count the forecasted variable energy. And I don't think they require that it's deliverable when they're doing that counting. So, we are relying on those resources in the day ahead and real time beyond the counted RA capacity. And I think we should be thinking about, when we're doing this month ahead modeling and year ahead modeling, what is the appropriate way to take into consideration the forecast output from those VERS, because they definitely have not just an impact on the reliability, they have a positive contribution to the reliability of the system.
Thanks, Doug.
All right, the last hand in queue is from Kathleen Colbert.
Hi, Kathleen Colbert from Distress. Thank you very much for walking through this. It was helpful to listen to all of the other stakeholders as well. My feedback is much higher level, so I have some asks and some feedback. My first piece of feedback is that a lot of the last hour has been talking about potential solution sets rather than problem statements. And I want to note that even like the CAISO, as you guys have responded, you said things like, well, we need the modeling results to understand this, or we need that information. We don't have that information. I think that really highlights that the discussion is putting the cart before the horse. We need to first work on modeling before we talk about defaults for default accreditation and default reserve margins, because the results of that modeling is what is going to inform my view, and I assume many other stakeholders' views. There may be some additional questions. Perry raised questions. Thank you, Perry, for those. I would like to request the CAISO both take those requests for additional analysis, maybe ask in the comments following up on this workshop for us to kind of summarize what those requests might be for additional information. and provide feedback on whether we'd like you to focus on modeling and prioritize that and providing that and socializing it to this working group before really discussing solutions around this type of topic. So that's my first ask. Does that make sense, or do you have any follow-up questions?
Maybe just when you say this type of topic, you mean the default PRN and default counting rules? Is that correct?
So that's my second piece of feedback. My second piece of feedback, Partha, is that slide 47, I do not believe is a modeling scope item, and I would really appreciate if you would separate this content out of what you're calling problem statement 1 on modeling, because modeling is so important. I really do want it to have its own problem statement, and to a different problem statement on accreditation, default accreditation of reserve margin. As you heard Mr. Slotlow answer, like they live in our tariff, they mean things. You heard Perry raise an interest in looking at a minimum versus a default. All very, but that's a different question than the default, right? The defaults are really attuned to the individual LRAs deciding if they're going to default to these. So it's not a BAA-wide question, it's an individual LRA question. What Perry brought up on a minimum to me is a BAA-wide question. We can't get there until we do the BAA-wide modeling. So I'd like to put that in a parking lot until we have those modeling results. But this question on LRA default merits its own problem statement. It's not a modeling problem statement.
Kathleen, this is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Appreciate that feedback. And just to play that back, it sounds like your recommendation, as I'm hearing it, is to separate out anything related to default counting and the default PRM. I'll flag that just hearing some of the feedback from the working group and recognizing how the modeling process works, and recognizing limited staff and stakeholder bandwidth to participate in different processes, that there were some efficiencies gained by grouping the work that was done, looking at the sufficiency of the ISO BAA, and coupling that with the default PRM and default counting discussion, and just recognizing the interdependencies of those issues. And what I'm hearing you recommend is actually to separate those out into 2 different problem statements,
yes,
or tracks.
Yes. Yes. And just this conversation today, I think, provides us all of the support for that, because we've had a discussion about accreditation. We've had a discussion about reserve margin requirements. We haven't had a robust discussion about the modeling inputs and assumptions, which is problem statement 1 to me. And it's so important that we talk about those inputs and assumptions. I appreciated, again, I did actually think, I've been waiting for a long time to make this request, but it gave me the opportunity to hear all of my peers raise elements of these questions that made me even more convinced as I listened that this is a different problem statement. Because as Doug mentioned, how we assume the actual generation assumptions in that modeling, what that output profile is very important to the integrity and accuracy of the modeling results. Modeling is a very technical and difficult process. We have to have confidence in those assumptions in order to have confidence in the results. We also need to know what results we want to see to better understand. The thing that makes that effort fundamentally different and unrelated, and actually will confuse this default discussion, is that that is an effort across all balancing authority areas. The defaults are tied to a policy and a long precedent around having this policy of individual LRAs having the right to establish their own accreditation and their own reserve margins for the CAISO to administer as an independent operator and administrator of those programs. That is individual LRAs. That is not a view across all the entire BAA, where the CAISO is looking and asking questions about, do I have enough RA capacity? What is my non-RA? What is my visibility? What is my true exposure to risk across the entire CAISO-controlled system is a different question than whether or not CAISO is going to update what a default is that applies at an individual LRA level. The other thing to remember is your generation assumptions in your modeling do not need to be the same as accreditation that's in the tariff. But you do need to have confidence in those generation assumptions that they are as accurate as possible to inform whether or not you believe the system is operating in a way that it cannot meet a certain level of reliability. All of those things, these are different problem statements, they are different efforts. It would be very helpful if we do not combine them so that we could talk about the modeling inputs and assumptions, but not accreditation. Keep the accreditation conversation where it belongs, outside, in a different problem statement. If we bring them together, it confuses folks. Are we talking about LRAs? Are we talking about the DAA? Are we talking about an accreditation that would apply as far as RA compliance? By the way, accreditation is a single monthly value. It is not an hourly output profile. That's what the LOL modeling needs. And we need to talk about if we're doing 8,760 profile, or are we doing snapshots where we're going to define how many days of hourly output we want to use, and then how we would combine those with some kind of like day logic in order to stitch those together to cover the whole year. But that's a modeling input and assumption conversation, which is problem statement 1. Deeply important. I just want to make sure we are not conflating these things. So my second ask is to be clear that when we're not discussing modeling, inputs and assumptions, we just put that in a different problem statement. That would be super helpful.
So maybe I've got some follow-up questions for you, Aditya, and all stakeholders. So for you, Kathleen, I'm hearing the request to separate out the problem statements. Are you also looking to see that these are addressed in separate tracks from a policy development standpoint? Maybe a question for, okay, yes, okay, and the kind of implementation. Maybe ask for Aditya to talk a little bit about what you shared yesterday about the path forward for discussing those inputs and assumptions. And then a question to just the stakeholder community of, reactions to Kathleen's suggestion to separate out the discussion around modeling from the default PRM and counting. Is there support for that generally or not? So maybe we'll start with Aditya, and then I'm curious to hear others' reactions. Thanks.
Thanks, Anya. Thanks, Kathleen, for that comment. Initially, even internally, we had a lot of conversations trying to see, but then the reason we landed here is the modeling will be the very first step that we do. And once we do that assessment, that's when we will have to talk about default counting rules. And then we move into the determination or calculation of the default, planning reserve margin. It's kind of a progression of steps to go. The only default counting rule that we can talk independently is maybe the UCAP design, but everything else have to be closely tied. So that's why separating them into two different entities where half stakeholders are participating here don't overlap, then we will probably have more repeating to do. So, and then all of those conversations, even though when we say modeling is, I think we are moving from the problem statement phase into a track of policy implementation discussion. So it will be a pretty big one where we talk about these different aspects, and they will be sequenced appropriately, obviously. So does that answer your question at a high level?
Yes, and before you, and I will cede the floor, Anya, for you to get feedback from everyone else. I just want to respond really briefly to Aditya and say that it answers my question and it confirms my instinct that modeling needs to be done separately and first. And my first piece of feedback in my request for you was, can we start with the data and define a problem statement before we get to solutions? These are potential solutions that we've been discussing that assume there is an issue with the default. The way that I prefer to do policy design is to start with data and identify if there is an issue. There's something very novel and important about the work that you and your team is doing. We have individual LRAs are assessing their individual view of reliability. The CAISO has done in certain studies, the summer loads and resource assessment is an important one, a hugely important one where you look at what the actual reliability is across the BAA going into that summer. But providing this transparent view based on a commonly understood reliability standard across the BAA, that's something novel that you can do, that you're working on, that's so important. But until you provide us that analysis and we actually see the results, I don't know if this set of issues on default even need to be discussed. I don't know if we need to discuss a minimum and not a default. And so until we do that work, this is putting the cart before the horse. This is talking solutions. This is presuming issues without doing the legwork we need to do to identify if these issues exist.
Yeah, the minimum conversation is not, it's something that needs a lot more discussion, but updating the default is something that we feel like we have gotten permission to implement, right? It's an old number, and then an assessment and a default PRM, I think, is what we are going to move forward with. And if it becomes a minimum and all of that other stuff, that is not discussed or decided. So,
I have a quick question for you. So that says to me that you've already performed modeling and you have seen that across the BAA with the existing defaults that we are not meeting the 1 in 10.
Nope, that assessment has not been studied and we don't even have an inclination of where that will land. So, right, that's the reason why we are starting with a survey to get the information on.
Right. Then respectfully, you don't know yet if the defaults need to be updated. So you could perform this study. I'm just saying, I don't know. You could perform the study. You could provide the results. We could be exceeding. We could be better than a 1 in 10. I don't think that's true. Maybe we're below. That gives you the basis that you need to move forward. I'm just asking you to start with that study so that we can actually know where we are. I don't know. And it's very hard to talk about default accreditation and reserve margins until I know if with the existing rules, we are sufficient, we are short, we are actually in excess. And I respect the CAISO team very much. I will cede the floor, but really want to emphasize you're asking us to talk about things without providing data. It's really hard. And in these working groups, I thought we were supposed to be trying to start with issue development, problem statements, analysis before going to solutions. So thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. And I'll just emphasize that the discussion paper that was published has kind of various proposals based on working group feedback of what problem statements, kind of a policy initiative should start with, background on the issue, a little bit around interdependencies with potential other tracks, and a suggestion for some of the process moving forward. So looking forward to your feedback on that discussion paper and how we think about the path forward. And Isabella, do you have any other comments or feedback from others of should this be kind of one track or two? Thanks.
Yeah, we have Lisa Brow from Gridwell and Q. Candace, can you unmute Lisa, please?
Hi, Lisa Brow from Gridwell representing Microsoft. Just to note that I somewhat was under the impression this is when we're looking to sort of off track, as that was, I think, a phrase, off track a topic into its own specific policy development phase. And I think a lot of great discussion. These things.
Lisa, you're cutting in and out. Would you mind repeating that?
Oh, sorry. Maybe this is a question for CAISO as we look at moving some of these things to the policy development phase impression. There's good around modeling. We've talked about it many times, and maybe some of these conversations are showing they will be good, robust discussions in the policy development phase. Or are we going to, I guess, sort of what's the right outlet to be having these more granular discussions? Is it moving to the policy phase, or are we keeping them here? So I thought we were moving to a policy phase, and that might be my recommendation, especially with the modeling. I think Aditya has laid out a nice path, and have some of these more robust discussions in that forum. Any thoughts from ISO on how we consider moving forward?
Yeah, I'd like to, I know there's a couple of cards up internally in the room. Were those comments from Noah and Steve on the merits of separating out some of the sub-issues from the modeling versus going forward with the problem statement itself?
No, it's not for middle rear power. This actually is for both Kathleen and Perry's statements. You know, I think Kathleen is primarily sort of challenging the presumption that the default PRM needs updating in the sense of in order to meet 0.1 LOE. And I think that's a good call. Perry kind of asked for the same thing of, can we look at historic RA showings and seeing whether or not the system or the portfolio that was brought to the ISO is sufficient to meet the 0.1 LOE, and I will echo for that. And I think part of the modeling that Aditya is doing can help reflect some of that. Although he's going forward into sort of the 2025 realm. I think it would be helpful to sort of set everything straight here is maybe to go through 2022 or 2023 data, because that the ISO doesn't have to ask for LSCs to make up what they plan to procure in 2025, because they already have the data that's already shown. So that may help provide some standard there. I think that's, and then sort of from there we can go. I think what Kathleen is trying to get to is, from there, let's make a determination whether or not we need to update it based on that data.
Thanks, Noah. This is Anya again from the ISO. I'll just kind of reemphasize for folks that are joining late that the kind of discussion today is really centered on kind of the path forward and what can move to policy development, what might require further working groups or what have you. And so when we're focusing on this kind of modeling discussion and this idea of a track one, I think the conversation is really around that Kathleen's bringing up. Do we separate modeling from kind of default PRM and default counting? What I'm hearing from you, Noah, is maybe some sequencing of work within that track of, let's start with certain data analysis, running the model before we potentially start having those conversations. But let me know if it's otherwise, that you think it should actually be two tracks.
Well, I mean, I think one, I agree that it's probably a sequence issue. Is there a problem to be solved, rather than we presume that there is a problem to be solved? If there's not a problem to be solved, let's not spend the time solving this. No problem.
Agreed. And just the fact that, the kind of starting point was, our default PRM and default counting rules really haven't been updated since the inception of the RA program. So kind of having that assessment in place, I think we're very much aligned there. Let's look at the data first. Thanks.
Steve, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I had a more specific question, but I'll save that for later. The other thing is just this distinction. I think I agree that resource accreditation and the modeling, they are related but not the same. The CAISO needs to do its modeling out front to see what what they believe the PRM should be to have a 0.1 LOLE, and how they believe the accreditation type stuff should be done. But then I think there's a second part of that, which is looking at what entities are doing and what's being presented to see where that comes out. So when they do, when they're looking 2 to 4 years out, I think that's, at that point, they're looking to see, okay, this is what we think the resources are going to be out there. That's where you determine, okay, here's what the PRM should be. Here's how we're counting these resources. And I think there does need to be a discussion on that. But then I think that also needs to be brought back to the current to say, okay, this is what we as the CAISO see as needed for reliability. All these LRAs are doing their own thing. When we look at what they're doing and we put that together, where do we get? And it may be the case that you come out and you say, okay, the PRM that we see is, and I'm just totally making up numbers. Let's say that comes out at 16%. And these are the ways that we think these things should be counted, or how we see the counting coming out of our modeling. Then if you go back and you look at what the various LRAs are giving you, you may decide that, okay, when we look at this, what we see is that the PRM, combined PRM for the CAISO and all of this comes out to be 13% or 18% or whatever it is. But then it's like, okay, there's a mismatch here between what we as the CAISO who are managing the grid see and what we're getting from all the LRAs. And then we need to figure out how do we deal with that. And to me, whether they need to be in 2 tracks or 1 track, I don't know. I mean, they're definitely related. And I think we need to work on that. But that's part of what the other more specific thing I had was listening to the discussion about, okay, well, what do we use as the NQC and various things like that? It's, the CAISO needs to make sure, all of the various LRAs set their own standards, but I think the CAISO needs to inform that. And then, it's the CAISO's responsibility to make sure that when all of this stuff comes together, that what they're getting is reliable. And then, then there's the interesting question of what happens if the CAISO says that's not reliable, what do they do? All right, so that's my general statement. Like I said, I have a specific question based on the comments from David and Tony, but I can wait on that if other people want to weigh in on this.
So Steve, can I just repeat back? Are you saying that it's premature to separate them before you start sort of doing the modeling, getting the assumptions together, having the visibility for the stakeholders to see what's being done in the study itself? And then, and I think we talked about this at the beginning of the meeting, this is a proposal to put these together. It might make sense to pull them apart depending on, how the process goes. So keep them together for now, start with the modeling, as Kathleen said. Let's define whether or not there's a problem. And in order to figure out whether you have a problem, you have to have agreement on how you're going to measure it, right? How are you going to analyze it? And then from there, if it makes sense to pull them apart, so be it.
And I think that, to me, it's the CAISO that they need to do this, because each of the LRAs, to the extent that they're doing their own, they're only looking at their LSEs or whatever. So like even when the CPUC does its analysis, it can't see everything. It's only seeing the CPUC LSEs. And, each of the LRAs, most of them are pretty small. I'm not sure they're doing this type of, complicated LOLE analysis to figure out what their stuff should be. They're probably using, I'm guessing they're using more likely, rules of thumb or whatever the CAISO's defaults are or something like that. But the CAISO needs to take all of that stuff together because they're the ones that know what the grid is and what's happening there. They're the ones that are seeing all of that, plus seeing all of the LSEs. So they should be doing their own analysis to figure out, this is what we think we need. This is the PRM that we think, across our whole grid, we need. And these are, how we would count the resources. And that may be different than what the CPUC is doing. It may be the same. I don't know. That's part of the discussion I think we have to have here. Probably going to be different than a lot of the LRAs are doing. But then, once they get that, and once they determine what that is, then they have to look at what they're getting from all the LSEs and compare it to see, okay, you know, this is what we said we need to get to a 0.1 LOLE. Here's what we're getting from everybody. What does that get us? And what's the difference? And then how do we, you know, then we're going to have to face the probably the harder question of how do we align those two? And that's not, that's going to be a tough situation. But I think, to me, that's the way that we need to proceed with this. And I do think it is kind of, probably should be in one track, and I think it needs to move forward to the next stage, and we need to stop talking about it and start actually doing.
Thanks, Steve. Can we just take a 5-minute break? We've been going for, I think, 2 hours and 15 minutes, if you don't mind, Adeline, and then we'll come back to you afterwards. Okay. Okay, 5 minutes, and then we'll be right back. Thanks.
All right, everyone, welcome back from break. I'll hand things back over to Danielle.
Okay, thank you. So I think we've talked through slide 47. I'd really like to, we reflected comments in slide 48 and 49 that were actual revisions to the problem statements. And I know Kaiso has gone through those, and what's reflected in the discussion paper and the changes that you just saw earlier is sort of a judgment from Kaiso based on consensus around some of the revisions to the problem statements. So unless anyone objects, I'd like to go to slide 50. And sort of, I think, talk about moving this modeling problem statement forward. And I think we all heard this morning that there are different views on whether there's a problem or what the correct sort of target that you're shooting for is in terms of system reliability. And there are questions and different opinions too on the interaction of some of these sub-issues. But I think ultimately at this point, the question is there anything that Kaiso has missed, or any reason why the modeling of the system and the original problem statement, which was there isn't, and I'm going to go back and use the words that were in the problem statement. Current processes and procedures do not provide sufficient visibility into the generation fleet to enable Kaiso to ensure system reliability. And that's the question I think that needs to be answered. I take Kathleen's point that is there a problem? I don't think anyone knows. I think the question is this at a point where it can go to the policy development phase and Kaiso can start to answer those questions and talk through how it's being calculated, what inputs would be used in this modeling exercise, how a resource is counted. All of those questions cannot be answered to do the analysis and figure out whether there's a problem until it moves forward. So I'd like to open it up to see if there are any showstoppers or any reason why this shouldn't move forward to a policy development phase.
Candace, do we have anyone on the phone only line?
And we'll take support as well as the nays. Hopefully more of the former.
There's no one on the phone only line.
Okay, thanks.
No,
Go ahead, Noah.
Sorry, can you remind me whether or not UCAP is under, it is under problem statement 1 and track 1? I guess if we're going into policy development phase, it's unclear where the UCAP will land yet. Based on sort of some conversation yesterday where the ISO might be thinking about NQC or DQC, Dairy Queen.
That's NQC, DQC
Yeah.
is more of a detail on what the bidding requirements might be associated with the resources. So that's probably more of like a detail of the proposal. My own take is that I think loose to Kathleen's point and a lot of discussion we had before, it might be that we're really need to you can call it track 2, you can call it track 1A and 1B. But we reckon it's just, to me, it's a little bit of semantics in terms of the naming convention. But I think what we'd be doing is sort of saying on some of the counting UCAP, the default counting, some of the UCAP comments, which topics that we would have very tight coordination, particularly with the PUC and its proceeding, as well as, including other LRAs in those discussions, that would likely be moving forward in sort of in close coordination, like the UCAP, as I think as the DT described it, could be done separately and something that could be moved in sort of separately to the modeling. The other ones, I think that would need to be sort of, we'd first want to make sure that we really got the modeling right. We got the inputs and assumptions right, and really sort of honing in on those first, to Kathleen's point. And then I think we could have like a good discussion on, based on the information provided, how would we sort of update our default counting and how would we move forward with sort of UCAP? But I think it might be, for clarity's sake, it might be good to have sort of just separate, distinct sub-tracks within it, because, they are, I think, as that conversation alluded to, separate. I don't know. Ani, do you have anything else you wanted to add, or?
No, I agree with that kind of sequencing discussion, and just wanted to emphasize, the UCAP would be like a policy development process to develop that in coordination with the PUC for potential use in default counting.
Yeah, I think, Middle River fully supports moving this modeling aspect forward, and look forward to sort of having more discussion on inputs and assumptions. Thanks.
Any other comments on the phone, in the room? Okay, I think we're ready to move forward on that one. That's great. Good.
I would say too, fantastic, great conversation with the discussion papers out there. So I do think that we certainly want we're hoping that folks, we hope folks had time yesterday evening to read through it, but to read it not, I think that obviously there'll be sort of another chance for feedback on this to the degree. I think what we're looking to do is to get to a yes, or get to a chance to move this forward into sort of that full policy phase, recognizing that there's a lot of details to be worked out. And that, at least from my own standpoint, I'm not necessarily, I'm recognizing the fact that they're likely, for some of the parties that want to go back and look at carefully and might have additional feedback before we get to a final outcomes. But yeah, really great discussion.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think, and I would ask people to keep in mind too, as we move to the next problem statement, is that, and I said this at the beginning, but it bears repeating. CAISO is not trying to commit anyone to anything carved in stone. The industry is changing. Resource adequacy is a critical issue with, electrification, with changing resource fleet. This, as the ground continues to shift, some of these efforts and some of the sub issues around the problem statements will likely shift as well. It's not a linear path, unfortunately. So it's about sort of recognizing the interdependencies, making sure that those issues that cross problem statements are connected in some way, in terms of, making sure that the basic assumptions are consistent, and pivoting when you need to. So, but I think this was a good discussion, and I think it's, encouraging to have a group this big have consensus on moving forward. I think that's great. All right, on to, I know we had a lunch slide in between, but we actually had scheduled problem statement 2 and the sub issues before lunch. So let's move forward on those. On to slide 52.
We're not skipping lunch, by the way, for the people in the room. Just help. But yeah, I imagine we probably won't finish this. Is that probably fair, Danielle? We'll see what we can get to in the next.
There's always hope. Okay, so problem statement 2 and sub issues are, if you looked at the discussion paper, is track 2, and this really focuses on, and this was stated clearly in the discussion paper, focusing on making the outage substitution process, to the extent it remains, because there were comments about potentially rolling that back, but making the process more efficient, providing incentives for capacity to be available when needed. And this rolls into, obviously, when you're talking about incentives, RAIM, and whether that should be reformed, removed, how those issues all sort of interact. So as you can see on slide 52, CAISO has proposed language around planned outage substitution that basically outlines their issue, which is inefficiencies with outage substitution and holdback for outage substitution, tightness in the bilateral market by holding back capacity for outage substitution, the potential maintenance delays if substitute capacity isn't available, and what that means for good utility practice and obviously system reliability, and the potential impact on forced outage rates if planned outages aren't able to be turned into forced outages. So that's the problem statement as revised. Any feedback, comments on the issue around planned outages?
No one in queue.
Okay, on to slide 53. This was another sub-issue around problem statement 2, and it relates to the RAIM program and the incentives and penalties under RAIM. And sort of a summary here is because of a tight RA market and prices reflecting that tight market, the current mechanism for incenting capacity to be available, which is RAIM, may be insufficient. And this talks about how RAIM applies only to a fraction of the RA fleet and how that impacts incentives and performance availability. And the second bullet you can see is proposing that RAIM be assessed to see if it's meeting its intended objectives, which is for capacity to be there when needed. And it's either a look at RAIM to see if there's a need to reform or an elimination and replacement with a performance and availability mechanism that will better ensure reliability if that's what the analysis shows. So this is the availability piece of problem statement 2 or track 2. Any concerns with the problem as it's outlined here?
Candace, do we have anyone on the phone only line?
No hands raised.
Okay, slide 54. We, having gone through the comments on this problem statement, these were the proposed revisions. And these were actual revisions to the problem statements as opposed to sort of feedback that we wanted to capture. So slide 54, the CPUC talks about shows their revisions to the problem statement. Middle River Power had some revisions as well as on the next page, 6 cities had some. You know, it's a challenge to modify these problem statements and these sub issues that reflect all of the comments. But what I wanted to do was open it up to those entities that provided specific revisions, as well as anyone else that provided, you know, more general comments on outage substitution and availability, to get your feedback on is there anything in the problem statements as revised that CAISO either misstated, or a concern that was not addressed in the problem statements based on your comments and feedback. So we're really trying to get to, is there anything we missed? What do we need to address to, if anything, to move this forward to a policy development phase? And I'll open it up.
No one in queue.
Anyone in the room? Maybe people are just hungry. Oh, Steve, do you have your, no. Thank you. Okay, well, on to slide 56. And we'll talk about the interdependencies for a minute. And we talked this morning about the interdependencies with UCAP and default counting. There obviously is, a connection to the availability and performance incentives. UCAP can be a performance incentive to because it factors in unforced outages. So UCAP does come into play in the availability and performance incentives, depending on whether or not CAISO goes down that path. And of course, coordinated with the backstop measures to the extent that the current performance incentive mechanism is retained, that informs the CPM soft offer cap. So these issues, the potential UCAP and backstop also are part and parcel with sort of the outage substitution and availability and performance incentives problem statement. So any feedback on that interdependency and whether there's something that should be in here that's not, or something, one of these sub issues or one of these interdependencies that belong somewhere else?
Yeah, this is Brian Thaker with Middle River. It seems like there's an interdependency with problem statement number 1 with regards to the ISO's visibility to non-RA. I think that first problem statement acknowledged that there's, one of the potential causes of that is our scheduling coordinators holding back capacity to cover this. So if it's reflected in problem statement 1, it would just seem consistent to reflect that interdependency in this problem statement as well.
No, from it over. I think maybe there's just the wording on a nitpick here. Coordinated with backstop measures to the extent that RAIM is retained and informs the CPM soft offer price cap. I'm not sure how the last piece fits in here on the informing of CPM soft offer cap price.
The wording might just be a little wonky. It's just more of a recognition that it's set at 60% to CPM soft offer cap today. What's that? Yeah. It probably is the wrong word. I think we can go back.
I'm sorry, this is Brian Thaker again. I'm just going to write on my colleague's semantic objection. The CPM soft offer price is a derivation of, I'm sorry, the other way around. RAIM is a derivation of the CPM soft offer cap. So in that extent, CPM price doesn't really inform RAIM. It's simply a derivative of.
So is it, so just so I understand, and I want to make sure people on the phone understand, because sometimes it's hard to hear and follow. So it's the informed,
Yeah, RAIM is a fraction of the CPM soft offer cap price. The CPM soft offer cap price is informed by an investigation of the cost of a particular technology, but RAIM doesn't inform the.
yeah. Okay, so the soft offer cap is going to RAIM and not the other way around, right?
Right.
It's, yeah,
Correct.
okay.
There's a couple of different directions you go. Like in the CPM phase, it could be the case where we think, hey, this is an entirely different, there could be major changes made to the CPM process, and that, we need to sort of link that change, or whether or not it's appropriate to link the CPM and RAIM or not, would still need to be coordinated between those phases. And so like, there's sort of one question here of like, do we keep RAIM at all? We probably need to have a look at, this is something that Perry as well as WPTF brought up, of looking at sort of all the reasons why we had RAIM in the first place. And the reason we retain it, it'll depend upon what we do in each one of those phases.
I agree. You could make the argument, I think, that there isn't any inherent link between RAIM, because in the early days, the RAIM price was the CPM price, just because, and it was wildly above what the general price at which system RA was transacted, which imposed a lot of risk on suppliers. And now the argument is the other way, that the RAIM price is below what the market price is. So again, I can't remember exactly why the linkage was made, but I think, Parth, I agree with you. It begs the question is whether that linkage is even necessary.
Any other comments, concerns on outage substitution and availability and performance? And moving that forward to the policy development phase?
Ansel Lundberg with California ISO. Just wanted to kind of emphasize the first bullet there, understanding that we're going to have to very closely coordinate if these are on two separate tracks, UCAP in track one and this issue with RAIM in the other, because as was mentioned before, UCAP looks at performance to inform counting rules, and RAIM already sort of fulfills that role in some ways. So if we're revising the RAIM construct, then we'll just have to work closely together to make sure those two efforts are coordinated. We heard a lot of comments on that last meeting.
Especially if you're going to bring in DQC and still retain NQC, especially for purposes of the MOO. I think, RAIM, as we kind of talked about, has many more broad aspects than just outage substitution or outage availability. And what you get out of that with regards to the MOO and flexible MOO is a bigger task, not specifically only for the thermal fleet. Right.
Brian Thaker with Middle River. It's been said, but I'll just emphasize it because it scares the bejeebies out of this. UCAP is a live issue with the PUC. It's a live issue in this proceeding. Please coordinate closely between the two entities, because that just can't go sideways. It'll be disastrous.
Yeah, Brian, this is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Hear you loud and clear there. We've reflected that in the paper, and the plan is to coordinate closely with the PUC on design. Thanks.
This is Steve Keen from Edison. Just following up on that, though, but it is time to move on this, because the PUC wants to do it. We're talking about it in here, but it's like we just keep waiting. It's time to move this into policy development so that you can start working with the PUC and we can figure out how to make this work.
Yep, agreed. And the outage substitution and the availability and performance is really about how do you maximize the amount of capacity that's available to you to meet reliability. And so we had a good discussion about some of the outage substitution rules. I think it was at the last meeting, and some general consensus around making that process more efficient, understanding what you're incenting resource owners to do or not do, or I should say LSEs. So, I think based on the feedback that was provided from the last meeting on this issue, as well as on RAIM and moving towards potentially a UCAP construct and coordinating with the CPUC, I think these are issues that are going to be really important to move forward to make sure that reliability is ensured and that resources are available to meet that reliability. So any showstoppers here for anyone on the phone or in the room in terms of moving this forward?
Yeah, we do have Kathleen Colbert in queue.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'll just start with the question you asked. No, please move this forward. That said, so Vistra's submitted comments. We've talked in the calls. This is likely semantics, which is why I'm asking you to still move this forward. And I'm happy to work through the semantics either offline with CAISO and you to kind of figure out how to, moving forward, when it shows up in the policy phase, make sure there's one more sub-issue to use that one. So our sub-issue is slightly, so yes, this is the planned outage one, go back to slide 52, is a good one. It is a slightly different sub-issue to the one Vistra has been asking to be included in this category. So another sub-issue, which is less about the outage substitution mechanism and more about the fact that we currently do not have developed policy positions on a type of outage that we have identified in operations occurs. The CAISO's existing policies and tariff have maintenance outages, and it has a forced outage, which is defined as close to the operating window within 8 days. So my sub-issue is actually really important that it's not called a planned outage because it's not planned. It's an advanced notice forced outage. And it's really important that we tackle this sub-issue. We've waited a long time. We've created processes around it that are working. So I don't want CAISO to hear, like, I understand we're doing that, but it is now time in the policy phase to jump full in and identify where we need to add additional clarity in the tariff around these advanced notice forced outages. Not having that tariff level policy for this type of outage creates a lot of issues and risks. And so that is its own sub-issue. It's not about the mechanism. It's about clearly establishing policies for forced outages outside of the scheduling coordinator's control that occur before T-8. After T-45, before T-8, we've been calling them advanced notice forced outages. If you could please include that as a separate sub-issue, I would really appreciate it.
This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Kathleen, appreciate your comments. I think we've received comments not just from you, but also others in terms of clarifying some of the outage reporting definitions that the ISO uses, and have incorporated that into the discussion paper and look forward to working on that with you in the policy development phase.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think we, in the past, part of our enhancements, we tried to clarify and align the CAISO BAA outage definitions with the RC outage definitions. I think that would address Kathleen's request, and
I do not think
agree.
it's, I'm super happy to walk you through that offline, but I'm talking about tariffs, not procedures.
Yeah, I'm talking about tariff too. So we can make that change, and I think it makes sense to make. I think in the past we tried to tie up that cleanup to UCAP, and I think again with this outage substitution rules, availability incentives process, and UCAP, I think it makes sense to reevaluate our outage definitions and line them up, maybe improve the lineup there. So, and agreeing in general, this is what I'm saying.
I hear you, Bill. Thank you.
So Kathleen, with that clarification that there will be a look at consistency across policy procedures and tariff on types of outages, and that will be included as part of this. Are you supportive of moving this forward?
So I am supportive of moving this forward. These are not planned outages, so I'm not supportive of it being included in the sub-issue called planned outage. I'm just asking, when you do move it forward, please make sure to have it as a separate sub-issue. It's confusing to people when you talk about this type of outage in context of planned outages, because people hear that as a maintenance outage or something that you knew of that you could plan, but it's very, very different. So we're talking about something, we're actually talking about forced outages. It's not a planned outage issue, it's a forced outage issue.
Yeah, understood. Understand your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen? Oh yeah, this is David Lalo from the ISO. While you're on, I just wanted to ask for clarification. Are you saying here that what you would want is, because now, you know, our view of the tariff rules is that it's tied to the timing. I mean, you acknowledge that it's the 8 days or less is under the tariff terms. That's the forced outage. And if it's more than that, then it falls under the maintenance outage. And so it really comes down to the timing of when it's reported and when it could have been reported. And so I understand your point about something where it's a unplanned issue out of your control, but you know about it more than 8 days. So then under the current rules, that counts as maintenance outage and et cetera. So I understand that point. But is the idea that you would want to consider going away from a timing-based definition to having something, having it be more directly focused on the issue, the operating issue that drove the outage to be reported?
I appreciate the question, David. And since you're legal asking the question, I'm going to respond with a tariff answer, if that's okay. So here's my specific issue. The tariff has provisions for maintenance outages that are defined not based on time as much as that tariff provision. All of those provisions actually are defined to it being maintenance, versus there's other sets of tariff sections that are under forced outage provisions, right? So we have maintenance outages and forced outages in our tariff. In our BPMs, we have planned outages. You've now toggled from maintenance into planned when we move to the BPM world. But the tariff doesn't have that word planned. The tariff has the word maintenance, and it is defined in Appendix A to mean something specific. Forced outages is also defined to mean something specific. It is limited, and it is tied not only to it being forced, but to a time. What that has done is honestly just created a lot of friction and issues, because it is tying force to time, not maintenance. And technically, these outages that occur before that time that triggers the forced outage provisions, but are also not maintenance, technically don't have any tariff language governing them. As an industry, we are working around that risk. However, it would be so deeply appreciated for you to add it however you choose. If you want to clarify the forced outage provisions apply, I defer to you. If you want to add a different outage type and call it an advance notice forced outage or some other name, I completely defer to you. What we're challenged by is the fact the tariff is silent because of the way it was written. It didn't contemplate forced outages before T-8. And so it would be, that's what I'm asking for, is some tariff approach.
Okay, thanks, Kathleen. Yep, I think CAISO understands the concern and the need to understand exactly what you're talking, what's being discussed when terminology is used. So I think that's I think a theme that cuts through all of these problem statements, to be very clear up front what the assumption is, what the product is, what the definition is, so that people understand what's being analyzed and what's being proposed to be addressed and potentially fixed.
Thank you.
No other comments on the phone or in the room? Is this one ready to move toward the policy development phase? Good, excellent. Thank you. This is a good time to break for lunch. Okay. Lunch for an hour?
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll meet back here at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. You could please go to slide 41. Okay, well, we will now continue the discussion on a path forward for Backstop, EDAM, RSC, day-ahead sufficiency, and remaining topics to be discussed at a future working group and stakeholder suggestions. We will wrap up today's session with closing remarks and next steps. With that, I'll turn it back over to Danielle for a path forward.
Welcome back from lunch. Thanks, everyone. Can we go to slide 57? I think that's where we left off. And this is Backstop, Visibility, and Reform. And this is track 3 for those who want to refer back to the discussion paper. The language around these problem statements is, this was not originally a part of the original 3 problem statements. There was language, sort of referring to Backstop, but nothing detailed in terms of the proposed problem statement. So just want to walk through this and then get feedback from people. So the first concern is that CAISO lacks visibility into the contract and availability status of resources not shown as RA, and that prevents CAISO from efficiently and reliably running its Backstop process. There was feedback from stakeholders that there's a lack of visibility into the decision-making process on the procurement mechanism. And I think there was a good discussion with that yesterday. I thought CAISO put a really nice slide together that put a framework around the process that they use. And certainly that there's more, I'm sure more questions on that and more discussion to be had, but at least it lays out the process and gives a bit more transparency into how the decisions are made. The tight RA market makes it difficult for the CPM to produce its intended results, which is to ensure reliability. And that's part of that is from lack of bids into the competitive solicitation process. And I think Perry proposed a potential solution yesterday where you could consider counting resources that were, imminently expected to achieve commercial operation, and might that increase the pool of resources available to address resource adequacy. And then number 4 is, as the system evolves and as different types of resources come on the system, is there a path for ISO and their CPM process to look at specific attributes that resources could provide to maintain reliability? So those are the 4 elements of the Backstop problem statement, track 3. And I'd like to open it up at this point for feedback on those 4 elements. Is everything, as of right now, is there anything that you see that's not in there that you think should be? Any concerns about some of the words that are used in the problem statement? Any concerns that you have on using this as a basis for moving the Backstop track 3 forward? No. Nope.
No, Tom from Middle River Power. I think the one problem statement that we kind of talked about yesterday was the ISO's ability or current inability to backstop above the PRM that's set by the LRAs in the event that such the portfolio is unable to meet the 0.1 LLE. And I understand this, from this morning's discussion, that whether or not the 0.1 LLE metric and standard is as a thing to begin with. So if we're talking about that if we will talk about that, maybe that's the better thing to say, in track 1 or problem statement 1, then I think it should feed into the ISO's backstop capability here.
No, thanks for that. And I think that's a fair comment. The way we were, we're getting a little bit to sort of how we were, separating these out to move forward. We had kind of the 1 and 2 here is kind of the list that we had of like, these are the ones that were like at least a little bit easier topics to move forward with in an expedited manner. And in the paper, I don't know if you saw a reference to basically this is your problem statement 0 that you proposed, and that what we had was that based on the feedback, we didn't feel like there's a lot of dissension on whether or not that was the right problem statement to include here, and whether or not those are solutions that stakeholders wanted us to go after as a part of that initial phase. And so, like, at least how we were thinking about it, and I apologize for moving forward to the tracks before we're there, was sort of including that type of consideration within the sort of continued discussion that might take place in the working groups in terms of, if that's a direction that people want to head as you're proposing. So, I don't know, any.
This is Anya with the ISO. So Noah, did we reflect that correctly? Is it really about backstopping to 0.1 LLE, or is it a little bit more nuanced based on yesterday's discussion that really you're suggesting, in light of what you heard about being able to backstop up to kind of an LRA's PRM, that should be an issue that's explored here as well? Maybe just clarity on the issue you'd like to see addressed.
Well, I mean, I think based on yesterday's conversation, I think I've laid out a decision essentially on whether or not the ISO should ensure the portfolio that it gets meets 0.1 LLE metric. And based on this morning's conversation, that may not be the case. And we're exploring potentially, based on what Kathleen's also saying, whether that's also the first problem, or if there is a problem there. If there is a problem, then sort of the solutions, in a sense of what do we want to do to solve that problem, and whether or not or do we just not want to solve the problem? I personally think we should solve the problem. And if we're, sorry, Partha, if we're trying to sort of set scope here in this problem statement, then in order to solve the problem, you can go 2 ways. You can set it sort of upfront and tell LRs, here's what we would like you to do. And then in backstop procurement, the other decision of, if you don't do that, should the ISO go about and backstopping to it?
That makes sense. Like, to me, I was almost bifurcating the issues, as saying, like, in the modeling conversation, there might be debates about what the minimum PRM is, and that might be one set. And there's a second set of, like, and I think that's what you're advocating in that space. Here it's really more about what the ISO's role is, and like how our backstop process should be reformed, and should they be done based on the current methodology, which is really sort of having the LRAs, at least we're talking about system capacity, the LRAs having the discretion to set the PRM and counting rules, and that being the basis of the stack analysis to determine whether or not we're backstopping for an aggregate efficiency, versus having our own analysis is what was driving the procurement decisions. So, so to me, that makes sense as like 2 different topics. But I think, like, right now, at least in terms of the problem statements, I think that you're just suggesting that we need to add a problem statement here that's saying the aggregate portfolio might not meet a 0.1 LLE. And then what we do about it in the solution space is you're saying that we'd like to have that as a topic for an ongoing discussion, whether or not it's scoped into the early part or not. Okay, that's fair feedback. I appreciate that, Noah.
Okay, we have Mary Neal on the line.
Yeah, Mary Neal again from ARM. I'm not seeing on here CPM cost allocation And obviously that's been an issue, arms raised with PRR 1280. And I spoke about that at some length yesterday. I don't want to have to go through all of that again, but it just doesn't seem like it's on this list. And I'm wondering if you could confirm that or discuss if maybe that's still under consideration.
Yeah, no, that's where I think the process gets a little bit tricky, because obviously these were the same, these are the same problem statements that we had produced yesterday, and so like, and discussed, and obviously we did not go back and reflect all the changes that people have, because we haven't yet received written comments, and we haven't yet incorporated it in sort of people's feedback from the discussion yesterday either. And so like my own take is like, and this might be sort of maybe dovetailing as well with the discussion we're having a little later, is that one of the things that we've seen in the comments is that there's a number of people who had one-off comments that they said like, here's something that we would like to see you prioritize in the topics, but it might have been only one person commenting on it, and we hadn't seen any other feedback on these topics, and so we don't really understand what necessarily is this an issue that one person's facing and it's very specific, versus that there's really kind of consensus, or at least like there's a large push towards addressing certain topics. So for topics like the ones you're bringing up, I don't think we're eliminating it from the scope. We haven't added it to being a key proposed problem statement at this point in time. But I think that like, I think that what we probably need to do is have, and I think that Danielle's gonna get this a little bit later, is that we're gonna go through sort of that laundry list of here's a bunch of the different comments we received, and try to allow other people to provide feedback on, do they agree that this is an important topic that needs to be prioritized by the ISO and looking for solutions for it. And that at least to have more of a comprehensive look about what needs to be added or not to the scope. So, but I don't know, Anya, do you have more to add?
Sure. This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Mary, for the issue regarding kind of DR crediting and cost allocation issues, just recognizing that if that is an issue to move forward, we might want to not just think about it in kind of the cost allocation space, but the visibility that ISO has into resources. And as has been highlighted in the past, when a resource isn't shown on an RA plan, there's a lack of visibility. And so it might be worth kind of adding that to kind of a discussion around resource accreditation in track 1, and kind of seeing if or how that might have ties with some of the cost allocation issues as well. I recognize that CalCCA also commented on this issue, but was kind of open to solutions in terms of, is it addressed through cost allocation, or is it also requiring kind of credited resources to be shown on supply plans? Thanks.
Yeah, certainly there's different ways to address the issue, so I don't want to foreclose any potential solutions, but just here to bring it up and make sure I understand where everything stands. So thanks for providing that feedback.
Okay, well, let's move to Eric Little.
So I want to put together 3 things that I've heard here during this meeting. The first is what Mary just mentioned about differential rules between the PUC and the ISO that place LSEs in a bind. So I want everybody to keep that in mind. And if we're talking about backstop because of a 1 in 10 LOLE that is different than what the PUC has, you have LSEs in a bind between those two. The second one I want to address is a comment that I heard earlier today from Brian Thieker about, I believe it was on the RA AIM reform, potential UCAP, potential derating of resources for ambient temperature issues. And his ask there was to make sure that you do all of that in concert, because getting things wrong could be very detrimental to the market. I think he said a disaster was, I believe, what he said. I didn't write it down. Same here. If you do a 1 in 10 that is different than what the PUC is doing, you're going to throw turmoil into the market in terms of what LSEs are trying to procure and how they're trying to deal with these types of problems. And not consulting with the PUC on exactly what they're doing and figuring out how those things fit together to ensure that those who cause the cost to be incurred end up getting the bill, and those who actually met an RA that meets the needs aren't. you're going to create quite a bit of a disaster in that space as well. So if we're going to do this, you absolutely need to bring the CPUC and all of the other LRAs into the fray and have the discussion about exactly what's being done, why it's being done, and whether or not what the LRAs have already done is sufficient, and whether or not the ISO therefore needs to do anything differently than what they're doing. So I know I mentioned all of that yesterday, but since it got brought up again, I just want to express that if we are going to go down the path of the ISO looking at 1 in 10 LOLE, you need to consider all of those other things. As a starting point, I don't think it's necessary for the ISO to do. I think the ISO should be involved with the LRAs and having them develop their own RA programs. But if you are going to go down that path, those are all of the things that you have to make it a meaningful discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. This is Anya with the ISO. Just flagging, we do plan to coordinate on the modeling front with the CPUC and other LRAs. And if Aditya is on, I'll let him kind of further elaborate on that front.
Okay, any other comments internally on concerns with this problem statement, recognizing that there was some discussion yesterday and maybe these could be tweaked a little bit based on some of what we heard and what was discussed, but I'd like to open it up for any concerns with moving this forward to a policy development phase. Any opposition to that?
I think this is Noah from Middleborough. I think based on the feedback you've just received, if we're going to make changes to the problem statements, it would be nice to get sort of a final set before we fully move, in a sense.
Yeah, I was actually speak up in opposition too, because to me, to me, like a bare minimum, I felt like we needed to have the chance for people to provide written feedback to it, to read through the issue paper. We had just a discussion yesterday on these topics, and that for me, I also think that as we're looking at the tracks, I think that the problem statements 1 and 2 might be topics that we can fast track a little quicker to make sure our programs, to make sure the existing tools are working well, and to address some of the stakeholders' concerns with existing problems, and that 3 and 4 are going to take a lot more time, and that they're going to be complicated. They might involve, 4. I know we haven't really touched on it, but like, are we going to be looking at new, requirements, products, timelines? There's a lot of things that people have brought up in terms of how our programs operate and working, and that they really are going to require a lot more time, a lot more coordination, and a lot more thought in order to move them forward. And so, at least the way I think we've been thinking about is that 1 and 2 might be ones that can move forward a little faster, try to address pain points that were currently identified while we work towards those longer term solutions, sort of in a separate, in a track B, to the, what track are we on? Track 3A might be the first one and track 3B might be the second one. So it gets confusing when you have all these different tracks. I know. I apologize. So.
Okay, I'll walk that back. So we're asking for feedback on this after the meeting.
We have Eric Little in queue.
Yeah, hi, Eric from CalCCA. So I'm just trying to understand your process here. So the 4 bullets that you have right now, I think we can opine on, but I've heard a recommendation of at least one more, which is the 1 in 10 LOLE. How do you plan on addressing those types of things? Because if that's in there, I think CalCCA is going to want to be able to comment on it. I think others are going to be able to want to comment on it. So is this going to be a comment and reply, or how exactly are you proposing to deal with the addition of other items to this?
I hesitate to, I think the process will likely look like, we recognize that this is a draft, what we view this as sort of our draft proposal of the items to go forward. And so I think that like sort of similar to past, including, we're going to have a list of questions that are going to come out. Will probably come out of this discussion, and that one of those questions will be those questions that you alluded to, Eric, will certainly be part of what we're seeking feedback on. And that based on the feedback we get from participants, we'll have a revised version that we'll submit and get comments on again. And that will sort of see where stakeholders are and sort of how aligned they are. So it could be the case where everybody agrees that we need to add it and, add those topics to the problem statements, but have very different views in terms of what the solutions look like and what the priority level looks like in terms of moving the topics forward. And so that could maybe influence, what we're including as a problem statement, as well as how it's being sort of funneled into the policy development process for solutioning. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if it's one round or two, and it sounds like it's one round. So we'll make sure that we hit on that issue. Depending upon what you put in here for questions, we'll have to figure out how to craft it into the document, but that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, these are complicated enough issues that I'm not trying to say like we're going to eliminate this to one, especially 3 and 4, and then the more nuanced topics that people are alluding to like we're just going to have one round of comments. If we need to have multiple rounds in order to solicit feedback and to make sure that people are at least having common understandings of the problem statements before we move forward, we'll do that with respect to like the CPM. But yeah, thanks Eric.
Okay, thank you.
One more hand in queue from Lisa.
Hi, Lisa Bro, representing Microsoft. I just had a quick clarifying question to make sure I'm clear. If I could ask, it sort of sounds like, at least the way Eric was characterizing it, that there's an intent to backstop to the 1 in 10 LOLE. My understanding was 1 in 10 LOLE modeling is really to sort of consider a default PRM and a potential update to a default PRM. And again, I'm just looking for clarification. The default PRM is not necessarily the PRM the CAISO uses. I thought the CAISO sort of adopted the CPUCs or the LRA. Are incorrect?
And I think your understanding is correct. I think that when we're talking about the default PRM, it would be basically applied to the QC values that are being submitted from LRAs that didn't otherwise select a PRM and counting methodologies. But to the degree that they did, then what we would assume that all of our existing tools and processes, unless they're modified, will continue to rely on those values provided by the LRAs and performing and so I think we've had a lot of discussion here on is that appropriate going forward, but that's sort of when we're thinking about those default values, we're thinking more about that would be what they would apply, what would apply to LRAs that didn't otherwise specify what their counting and PRM look like. And then that would in turn funnel into our various operational systems and processes. But yeah, it would just be the default rule under our tariff.
Right. So I think is it fair to say that theoretically would not necessarily rely on the default PRM? It would rely on the LRA PRMs, which could be the default PRM, but they tend to have their own PRMs.
Yeah, I think that's where we are at currently and moving forward. Yes.
Okay. I wanted to clarify. It sounded the way Eric was characterizing it that the 1 in 10 LOLE would then be the backstop. And I was a little unclear. Thank you.
This is Abdul. I think from the CAISO side, we were not proposing to backstop to the modeling results or a 0.1 LOLE. We don't have any such proposals. I think Noah proposed that. It's not a CAISO employee, but I would love to have him. Obviously, Noah, sorry, you're not. It's nothing against you, but just to clarify, I don't think we said that. We said, as of now, the backstop, problem statements and discussion and path forward is really tied to CAISO getting more visibility into the fleet, reevaluating the CPM the CSP process and what's influencing it potentially. And then potentially look at a better assessment of the fleet with the introduction of a large fleet of use limited resources. I think these are the main things. A lot of other topics came up from participants, but you know, I think Danielle did what you see in this slide is what we're proposing to move forward with. Obviously, when we get and launch a policy initiative, as in the past, first thing is a straw proposal, I think, guys, and then people can add feedback, and it's always interactive. It's just from the working group, this is the thing, the outcome that's for the next step.
This is Noah from Middle River. I would agree with Abdul for Lisa here. Middle River is proposing to add a problem statement or scope here to explicitly identify, based on the modeling of, you know, whether it be probably the year ahead modeling that Aditya is expecting to do, what happens if the portfolio doesn't get to 0.1 L, the shown portfolio doesn't get to 0.1 LOE. I think this is specific for the backstop procurement discussion, and we don't want that to be left off the problem statements as well.
Yeah, my proposal, just to be clear, my proposal there just we'll include that as an action item or a question within the comments, and that will, you know, like right now there was, like, at least in terms of what the feedback to date was, there was, you know, most folks didn't reply, just to be blunt, you know, but the ones that did, a good number that opposed, and so trying to have more feedback around that, I think would be helpful in terms of what the implications look like. Yeah, thank you, Noah.
This is Anya with the ICE. I'll just note that later on in the discussion, we're going to have a feedback session on some of the issues that stakeholders raised that didn't make it into either one of the proposed policy tracks or slated for future working group discussions or reactions. And one of those was Middle River's suggestion of backstopping to a 0.1 LOLE. So there's another bite at the apple even in this discussion.
Other questions in queue?
Okay, so I think to repeat back, stakeholders will be able to submit comments on this path forward or backstop visibility and reform after the meeting. And there'll be another presentation of to the extent other additions are proposed or revisions, those will be discussed at the next meeting. Okay, any further comments on this track 3? Okay, moving on to extended day ahead market on slide 58. Day ahead sufficiency. I think Partha was going to take this. Is that right?
I can. Conveniently, Danny's in the room, so I'm happy to defer to you to lead it forward. I'm already out here. Well, so I think Danny's had a great quip to start off of like, you know, what are we doing talking about, you know, the EDAM RSC at an RA meeting, and like I think that, like, based on the feedback, there were sort of a lot of questions in terms of like how do these interrelate with each other. But like we have, like, basically, like, we really have already been undertaking stakeholder policy initiatives surrounding these topics. I think what we're really doing and moving into the RA working group was by recognizing that there's, you know, while we have what we believe to be a reasonable process for day one in terms of using our ED authority to address the reliability concerns within our BA, you know, through that earlier process, we heard a decent amount of feedback on that, you know, there might be more efficient ways to be procuring capacity. There might be ways that address the reliability manners in a more effectively, and that the ED might not be the most efficient efficient tool to solve these issues. And so, and really, I think what we're proposing to do here, and this is the one I think is probably more ready to go, is just to kind of carve that back out into into sort of a future policy initiative, and that we're looking for support to say, hey, like, we recognize that these are important issues, they're not easy issues, and that, from our standpoint, there might be some sort of tie-in with, the CPM reforms and our backstop reforms, like to the degree that we're really looking at more effective ways to correct EDAM RSE failures. That same discussions in terms of the products, the cost assignment, how we're actually formulating that. There might be sort of parallel information in terms of, our backstop reforms that we might want to coordinate on. So we have sort of the proposed problem statement here, but yeah, just looking for people's feedback on, is this sort of, ready to sort of kick back into the policy phase or not? Anything I missed, Danny, or you want to correct?
I think the last bullet up here is worth focusing on. In EDAM participation, again, is at a BA level. So any cost allocation, be it for backstop, that might be triggered by EDAM RSE results kind of showing a reliability issue, or EDAM participation in general should be aligned. And right now it's aligned through peanut buttering. So to the extent we want to align it in a more nuanced way, I think that would be the other point that feeds into the RA discussion, because basing it on kind of RA program design is one potential option that you could design a cost allocation.
This goes, like, just to expand on it, like the whole discussion before of like needing kind of an apples to apples comparison of counting in a PRMs, and we don't have that. It's really hard to sort of formulate. Here's the responsible parties, but
yeah, no, this is just another venue in which that kind of original sin of no standardization kind of gets propagated and becomes a problem on equitable cost allocation.
Steve Keen from Edison. I'm struck by the fact that I think we need to figure out RA first before we move into this. These discussions, yeah, they're somewhat interrelated, but I think we need to, we can't blow it up to everything. I think we need to solve RA within the CAISO BAA and then figure out how we deal with RSE and what the RA program ends up looking like, how that translates into how we deal with RSE. If we try and do them at the same time, I think we run into the problem that, we make changes to RA, then we got to go change RSE. And so I think I think this is one that probably should be put on a little bit of a back burner. I mean, I don't think it can, we can start talking about it, but I don't think we can decide this really until we figure out the RA pieces.
And from our perspective, I think that's fine because we have a just and reasonable FERC approved cost allocation right now. So to the extent that stakeholders kind of broadly feel that we should wait and see how the RA process plays out a little bit farther and could potentially inform this, I don't think the ISO would be opposed to that, but we'd like to hear if that's kind of if not unanimous, a widely shared belief within the stakeholder community.
Yeah, I mean, I just follow up. I mean, when the RSE allocation discussion was going on, Edison was one who suggested that, maybe it should be based on, if somebody was short in their RA, then, that could contribute to the RSE. And I think we still see that connection and we still feel that way. Obviously there are other things, and it would be better to, since that's just a day ahead thing, like some of the things I was talking about before, like energy only resources may factor into that, or, some of the non-RA, not using that in any kind of pejorative way, just so, yeah, but I do think, to be able to have that discussion, like how RA influences that, I think we need to figure out what the RA program is going to look like first.
So can I open it up for some feedback from the rest of the stakeholders on Steve's point of kind of solving or pursuing the solution to the RA issues and putting RSE on on the list of future working group topics.
Yes, we have Alan Meck in queue.
Hey, Alan Meck, PG&E. I think that I'm going to have to disagree with Steve, my counterpart. Unfortunately, I think that the cost allocation issue is one of the more important pieces to address within the EDAM RSE. Everything else is kind of window dressing and mechanics as far as I'm concerned. The real policy question is the cost allocation issue. And I don't think that we should take a wait and see approach to try and get a better solution. I think that we should be discussing it now in parallel with the RA discussion.
Thanks, Alan. This is Anya with the CAISO. Maybe a follow-up question for Steve. What elements of kind of the RA program reexamination do you feel need to move forward prior to kind of data head sufficiency being addressed? You want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, I think if simply if we get the RA thing right, hopefully there'll be enough resources that you won't see RSE deficiencies. Or there'll be very few and far between because we've got enough resources committed to the CAISO grid through the RA program. That's the purpose of it. It's supposed to provide enough energy on a, the 0.1 LOLE basis or whatever. So hopefully most of the time there'll be enough resources bid into that and you won't have an RSE shortage. But that seems to be the main driver of how in the CAISO area, at least, we make sure that there are enough resources committed to the CAISO grid. The RSE, I view it as kind of an extension of that RA. Now, there's a lot more there in terms of, there may be energy only resources, there are non-RA resources that are bidding in and other ones, but that should just give us, kind of an extra cushion. The RA should be getting us to the point where we're not really having RSE shortages. And, I guess the one thing that I think is if we get to the situation where we have an RA program, but we're turning up RSE deficiencies, several times a month or something, then there's something wrong with the RA program. And we need to go back and rethink that.
Noah, you want to go ahead?
So I agree with Alan, disagree with Steve here. I think the idea here on the data head sufficiency is primarily a lot to do with certain various bids, outages, as well as the day ahead forecast. You're not going to we talked about this yesterday, where you're not going to get that right from the CEC forecast that was used for RA. Because even though it's 1 in 10, it's not a 1 in 10 load forecast itself. And so when you're dealing with all this on a day-to-day basis, you need to ensure the day ahead sufficiency. I think from what I'm hearing from Steve, it's primarily the justification or the cost allocation aspect that is maybe unfair in his mind. Please correct me if I'm wrong about that. In the sense that I interpret it to mean, how does the ISO divvy up the cost allocation to determine who's, in a sense, at fault for not providing enough capacity into this, into the day ahead? But I think we can solve that. We can solve that without having to delay it, because regardless of sort of where we're going, if you will, fixing the RA program. I mean, I still believe we should fix the RA program. What about that? Third bite at the apple now. But
yeah, I want to reply. I think part of the issue is that I understand what you're getting at, but in the day ahead, it's you know, a lot of the resources that are going to bid in aren't going to be committed to a specific LSE. So you have to find a way, you know, okay, because that's the way the market's supposed to work, right? They bid in, but you know, you don't have to come fully resourced day ahead. You know, LSEs are not supposed to come fully resourced, or they're not supposed to have to come fully resourced day ahead with all their stuff already in there. The market is supposed to provide that, and that's why we have RA. The RA is saying, look, I don't have to do that because I've already committed enough resources that are bidding in that, you know, the market can solve this. And that's where I think that the problem comes in, and I think that's what we saw when we were having those discussions about how the RSE would be allocated. It was, you know, how do you assign this stuff? And yes, you know, there's a number of things that are going to show up in real time that aren't counted in RA, but there's also an awful lot of resources that are going to bid in that aren't necessarily tied to any specific LSE. Or I mean, maybe they are, but even if you have an RA contract with a specific resource, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to buy the energy or anything. You know, a lot of times it's an RA piece, not an energy piece. So I think those discussions are, you know, a little more complex, but I think ultimately some of it's going to come back to what you're committing as an RA resource. So with LSEs, I think it's going to be a combination of, you know, potentially the two things, what you're showing as energy and day ahead, but also what you've said is going to be there as RA for you. And that's why I think we need to, you know, the RA piece is important first, and then we add the other stuff on.
Are there two different questions here? Because I'm hearing fixing RA, and that can mean a couple different things. It can mean making sure we have enough capacity to pass the RSE, which I think is your point, Steve. But then I also hear that, and I kind of think maybe that means the programs need to be standardized to some level for an equitable cost allocation. Just trying to have a cost allocation versus with all of the different RA programs that the ISO is operating with different ERMs and different counting methodologies. It seems like fixing that would be the baseline to having any type of equitable cost allocation. And do these two things have to happen concurrently, or do you see them as separate tracks?
And I think because the RSC is on a day ahead basis, yeah, they're separate questions. But I think, I guess what I see is ultimately part of that in the day ahead is how do you know, most LSEs aren't going to come and have their full energy profile set up. You know, they're going to rely on the market for some of that. And that doesn't mean that they don't have, you know, that they haven't committed enough resources. That's what RA is for. So it's, you know, I think in counting RSA, in accounting for the RSE, you're going to have to count for, you're going to have to take account of RA in some form. The discussion, I mean, I think you can have the discussions on, you know, how do we count the other stuff? But I think some of it's going to rely with, you know, how do we count RA? And I think until we resolve some of these RA issues that we're talking about here, I don't see that you can fully resolve the RSE piece.
Danny, your RSE formulation is based on all bids, regardless if they're RA or not RA, right?
Unless otherwise committed to support a PT export, for example, that's sold outside of the system.
Right. So get net of the PT exports. Yeah. So in that case, it sort of doesn't. Maybe it doesn't matter. This is what I'm thinking in my mind. It doesn't matter what is committed as R because they take every single.
But how do you, when you have those bids, how do you assign them to an LSE to see who's?
So which means deficient? That if there is a RSE deficiency in which you need more, you need to see or ED more capacity, then your issue is cost allocation. It's not how much he needs to CPM, it's just how you allocate the cost.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
I will note that ensuring we never have an EDAM RSC failure would completely resolve this issue. And then we don't have to talk about it. So just throwing that out there.
We have Eric Little on the line.
Eric from CalCCA. So Danny, I agree that it's a cost allocation issue. The difficulty, though, I think that Steve is bringing up is the cost allocation, what caused it is going to be different depending upon how the RA program looks, right? One of the things that came up early in this was if someone was deficient on RA, that was what caused an RSE failure. Well, it may or may not be. In fact, it's possible for everybody to meet their RA requirement and still have an RSE failure because RA has in it a planning reserve margin due to forecast error, due to outages beyond expectations, and due to ancillary services. So you take a combination of those three things, and it's entirely possible on any given day that you are beyond the 1 in 10 LOLE that RA was planning for. And that is the cause of your RSE failure. So it's pretty easy to take a look at it and say it's not always going to be RA. And even in RA, where you do have a planning reserve margin for some amount of outage, is it appropriate to say that whatever outages did occur were already contained under RA and therefore you failed your RA? Or did you show RA and a resource was on outage that's now no longer available? And maybe it's the outage of the resources that's causing you to fail the RSE. So I think what Steve is getting to is there's a lot of debate about how to count for resources, UCAP versus RA aim versus some D-rate for ambient conditions. There's issues out there that NOAA has expressed about the 1 in 10 LOLE. And I'm becoming more concerned that it kind of sounds like that's turning into a day ahead 1 in 10 LOLE that the ISO would do and then CPM to backstop, which makes RA kind of almost a real-time program, which is virtually impossible for LSEs to deal with. So I think we need to get through that discussion of what the RA program looks like before you can decide what is a causation to RSE failure based upon an RA failure. I don't think you will know that until you figured out what the RA program looks like exactly.
Thanks, Eric. I do want to be clear that I don't think the ISO is proposing to backstop or ED based off any type of 1 in 10 LOLE. It would be limited to identifying a discrete capacity shortfall that gave our system operators a reliability concern going into the day ahead. In general, though, I agree with your point. Like, this is complicated. There's a lot of different drivers. At a minimum, it seems like you would need a 2-tiered cost allocation. One that if all of the RA programs are standardized and met, then it could be more broad spread because like we're not planning for some conditions that can materialize. Conditions, I mean, we had what, a 1 in 25 or a 1 in 50 year heat wave 2 years ago. That probably isn't going to be planned for under any RA program going forward. But to the extent in that 2-tier cost allocation, we do want some more nuanced reallocation and cost causation based allocation. And sorry, that's a lot of words. We do need to have some standardized programs. Like if one LRA has a 12% PRM and another has a 15% PRM, how do I design a cost allocation off that? Or I guess you can, but to the extent that it's standardized, it gets a lot more equitable.
Yeah, I think all of those are valid questions, and CalCCA has been supportive of looking at cost allocation on this and cost causation on this. I just think it's very difficult to get through, particularly as we're talking through potential significant changes to the RA program as to what is a cost causation under the existing model versus some new model. And I do understand that the ISO is not proposing to do CPMs for a 1 in 10 LOLE. I was referencing the MRP suggestion. Which I'm not sure exactly when they would perform that, but the statement so far has been, don't use the CEC's forecast, use something apparently closer to the operating point in time. And that was what led me to say, it's almost sounding from this discussion like that is a day ahead measure that the ISO might backstop to. And I don't know what NOAA and MRP had intended, but it's just not clear to me exactly how far that goes. So if NOAA has already said what the timing on that is, I apologize. I might have missed it, but thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, and maybe I could expand on it a little bit. I'll see if you agree, Danny. I think part of the discussion could be at some point in time, like let's just say hypothetically that we see the ISO, we anticipate the ISO failing in maybe more than 1 hour. There could be kind of overlapping topics of like, well, what type of products are we procuring to correct failures in multiple intervals? And that could sort of have similar discussions in terms of like, how are we correcting monthly deficiencies, and are the cost allocations consistent or not between the two? But I think like part of the discussion in this longer term process might be sort of the timing as well as the products in order to correct EDAM RSE failures, which might have very similar discussion in terms of particularly in terms of the timing and whether or not we're correcting in the monthly time frame, or the actions we might take in the monthly time frame. But any thoughts on that, Danny? Or
Yeah, I'm in agreement. There's this broader open policy question of how closely tied should these two tests be? How closely tied should a monthly showing be, even if you can get it standardized to a daily pre-operation examination of your capacity position? And that's something that I think we'd also want to hear feedback on, because the more granular you get and kind of mapping so-and-so's outage caused an RSE failure, you do cut against some of the benefit of a commonly planned RA program on sharing risk too. So it's a big, meaty question.
Any other feedback, thoughts on moving this to sort of the RSE to a back burner versus having it proceed along a track in parallel with track 1 and 2?
No one in queue.
I would just ask, to the extent nobody has answers right now, given the complexity of this, if you can take a little time and reflect your thoughts and your comments. We'd really appreciate how we should try to prioritize this going forward.
So should we put this in the same bucket as Backstop, where we give folks a chance to sort of think it through, see if they have any additional questions, and then come back at the next meeting with having teeing this up and the Backstop up for next steps? That makes sense? Okay.
No time for middle order. Danny, you said you have existing tariff authority, and you sort of this problem that you want to talk more about. Backburnering it, what does that actually mean for existing tariff authority? When EDAM goes ahead, you still will do cost allocation.
So last year we ran a policy initiative called EDAM Rules for CAISO BA Participation, or something really clunky. But part of that process was the cost allocation for EDAM RSE related surcharges. And that is existing, now established cost allocation tariff authority we have. We have existing tariff authority through our EDs right now for cost allocation. So that's all on the books. We don't need anything new to successfully participate in EDAM day one. We just are open to enhancing the existing cost allocation to the extent stakeholders prioritize it.
Okay, anything else on RSE? Okay, on to slide 59. And this is something where we want to get feedback from stakeholders as well. So these were remaining topics that weren't part of the 4 tracks that were proposed for sort of immediate movement to the policy phase. So this was RA product definitions, and that gets into energy sufficiency, flex RA, deliverability, and the interoperability with existing and emerging RA programs. So these are 3 pieces that were in the original problem statements, or the sub-issues that CAISO wanted to get some feedback on, in terms of whether you see these, any one or all of these, as issues that need to be moved forward with the others in the other tracks proposed, or are they sort of future working group topics? Just wanted to open that up for discussion.
So what's the plan with FlexRA? Because we discussed, touch base on this topic long time ago. You presented some analysis. which was like kind of showing basically the requirements were way higher than, no, we were having, I can't remember. It was like questioning like if we still need to have flex array. And I think in our comments, what we pointed out is like for storage, sometimes you have 3 flex categories, and sometimes storage is in category 1, 2, or 3. And so it was just like try to understand better what kind of flexibility you need, or if you still need that.
Yeah, well, at least I'll talk about these a little more generic. I'll focus on Flex at first, but I'll be a little more generic. There's been a lot of internal analysis and discussions going on, including on Flex, but as well as sort of other reliability attributes and needs. And so the Flex RA, I think at least the earlier presentation, Anya, please correct me if I miss it, is there's probably a couple of different observations. And one was, the potential, there's a lot of questions on the need for it. And so they were acknowledging sort of like given that like some of the observations of it not really being a binding constraint in terms of procurement, or not having a premium in terms of procurement, is it need or not? But then like it really circled back around to some of our questions of, are we really over crediting the resources? Are our targets high enough and set high enough? As well as are we like really factoring in sort of the updated operational data in terms of operational concerns? And so for us, I think that there's kind of like large outstanding questions in terms of how we might want to modify the Flex Array program, and or how we might want to make smaller changes to sort of better, factor in sort of to better have the accreditation reflect sort of what resources can and do actually provide in different circumstances. So I think that's kind of the scope of topics. I recognize like including it here is more of an acknowledgement that, as there's a lot already on our plates. This has also been a high priority topic that people have mentioned. It felt like one that needed to have more due diligence around it. And I kind of would combine that a little bit with some of the backstop discussion we just had, where there's extremely important discussions, but like at least for me, based on that last conversation, it didn't feel like we were really ready to move forward to solution developing, because we really were, there was often a lot of talking past just in terms of basic, roles of the organization, impacts on the bilateral market process and things like that. And so I think that those, like to me, like those are areas where, our plan is to continue to have them as high priority items, just not have them in sort of this initial go around, but to have more working groups in the future around them. And energy sufficiency is another one of them. I think we recognize that there's a lot of different solutions to energy efficiency. Like people have, we had the good discussion on, the amount of storage that's coming online and the CPUC's slice a day being designed to, partially to help address the issues of energy storage and batteries, and kind of an open question of like, at what point in time do we might need to sort of relook at either our product definitions and requirements around charging energy, as well as our backstop authority around those topics. So kind of recognizing that those are probably much bigger topics and topics that, but also important topics. I think right now what we're really saying is that we're proposing these items to move forward right now, but we're sort of setting up the fact that these other items are going to be more in the working group stage, but might have sort of tie-ins as we're continuing the discussions around how we're going to evolve Flex, how we might factor in energy sufficiency going forward. So that was long-winded, but let's see if there's any questions on that, or if that makes sense.
Here we have Perry in queue.
Perry, please go ahead.
It looks like we lost Perry's audio, so let's go to Doug Boccignone.
Doug Boccignone for Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. I think I appreciate the desire not to get into too many of these issues because, there's some important priority items, but I'm a little bit concerned on the deliverability issue, putting that off. But I'm thinking maybe we don't. I think it's directly related to how you do the LOLE studies, and I think as part of doing those LOLE studies, you should be looking at not just resource availability, but potential outages on the transmission system, for example. And I think if you do that, it will help us understand whether or not our existing deliverability requirements are more stringent than they really need to be. Because I think there's a lot of resources that we say are not deliverable because we have very, very strict requirements about the redundancy of the transmission facilities needed to serve, to deliver the resources from particular zones. And I'm hoping that our LOLE studies will look at the entire system, not just subsets of the system like we do in the deliverability studies. And I think we can learn a lot about whether or not our deliverability studies are more stringent than or the criteria we're using for those studies are more stringent than we really need if we pay attention to the findings from our LOLE studies.
I think so.
Oh, Doug, thanks. This is Anya with the ISO. Good observation there. I wonder if, what you're suggesting is looking at the results of that LOLE as well as the inputs and assumptions in terms of some of the outage modeling that is done. And so I wonder if this is a conversation that can move into that modeling space.
Exactly. And I'm thinking in terms of, if we're thinking, as we're doing the LOLE studies, if we're modeling some of these energy-only resources, or we're modeling the VERS at their profiled output, not just their ELCC values, and then saying, okay, what happens when some of the transmission facilities are out? I think we're going to learn some important information about whether we could be giving higher levels of deliverability to some resources, and thereby expanding the pool of available, what we count as RA.
Appreciate that feedback. I think that's something that we can definitely take back to our modeling team and discuss more. I think this is more of there's been various parties who proposed different deliverability changes, and I think we'd also recognize that we recently completed a set of reforms to our deliverability process to balance the needs for strict testing with sort of the reasonableness of trying to get projects developed quickly. And I think partly it was just trying to understand the effectiveness of those existing changes that were the recently made changes in that process was, part of the reason why we weren't looking to move this quicker. But we kind of recognized that there were, continued concerns that participants had, so we didn't want to table it completely. We wanted to wait for it. But I think the tie into modeling is something that I hadn't at least directly considered as much. So yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that feedback. We'll certainly.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think it's too soon to restart this initiative that just finished, but because we'll be doing the modeling that I think needs to be done, I think we might as well take advantage of that.
Yeah, thanks, Doug.
Okay, looks like we have Perry back in queue.
This is Perry Servideo, CISA. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Hey, I wanted to just thank Partha for that color on what what we're going after here on this portion of the path forward. I think it's right to kind of keep all of these topics in the working group phase. One thing I did wanted to mention, some of the, just in response to, I think, Adeline's question, it was a good question related to the Flex RA and why I think we probably need to spend some more time there. If you just think about what's going to be happening, you know, over the next 5 and 10 years, what's already happening, we're going to be at 10 gigawatts of energy storage this year and 18 over the next, you know, 5 to 10 years. Once you have that, I mean, you're looking at what, 36 gigawatts of up and down capability on the system. And I'm not quite sure, you know, in that, you know, looking towards the future, I'm not sure if that, once you're at that level, if there's anything you can do to the flexible requirements to have it, you know, show some kind of value there. I mean, you're just going to have a lot of flexibility on the system. So it's good to kind of, all that is to say, it's good to kind of keep that in the let's keep looking at this and considering it, because there are those types of aspects there that we should be considering as we look for a way forward in that product category.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Blair.
I'm not sure where this gets picked up, but I kind of sense that maybe we're moving from the specific to the general. And I think that one group of topics that we may or may not have a place for, and you guys can tell me if you see a place, is the topic of looking for ways to sort of get more reliability attributes out of existing resources than the current RA eligibility requirements may recognize. And not just the eligibility requirements, but it goes back, it also fits into the substitution process. Also the deliverability process. I agree with Doug's comments. But one example that jumps to mind is 6 cities have made some very specific concrete suggestions for finding ways to get more reliability impact out of existing resources. And one that leaps to mind was the suggestion of allowing variations in RA capacity showings on a resource on a day-by-day basis, rather than locking in 1 megawatt figure for a month in the RA showings. And allowing that variability would then allow people to manage their outages, would give them more flexibility in managing outages, and all of that would be with complete visibility to the ISO in terms of what would be available on a day-to-day basis. And I want to make sure that those suggestions, and there were several others as well, I want to make sure those suggestions kind of don't get lost in the definitional process. And where do you see things like that fitting?
Well, I apologize, but maybe we can go through these. So maybe I'd like more information. We have these on the list of future topics to discuss, but let's maybe like the daily availability, like maybe talk a little bit more about the problem that would solve, and like my own take on like how that might dovetail with the outages is that really it's allowing a LSC to show it for a resource for only a certain number of days out of the month, and then they might have a efficiency based on it for those other days. And so it's really kind of dividing it up. Instead of having it be a monthly showing with monthly granularity, it's kind of daily granularity, but it's on the LSE side. Where is that? So am I understanding it correctly? And so like to me, there'd be a lot of questions just in terms of like, what would backstop look like? What would deficiencies look like? And it really would kind of change the nature of RA kind of foundationally to being much more of like a daily product. And I think that like, I certainly think, we might get to a little later on that pathway forward on proposals like that, because I feel like right now, but yeah, maybe I kind of understand a little more. Am I understanding your thinking right so far? Or?
Yeah, you are. I mean, Nick, I think it was in this working group process a couple of sessions ago. Nick Berkey from Anaheim, presented on this, and a few other suggestions as well. For, as I said, so where I see the problem and what I don't want us to not think about. I mean, we can come up with a revised PRM and we can say, well, the PRM ought to be, 25%. But if there isn't enough capacity in the market to meet 25%, and I think someone said this earlier today, doesn't do a whole heck of a lot of good to set the PRM at 25%, at least not in the near term. And as I said, the cities have kind of come up with several ideas for how to contribute more to reliability with resources that right now aren't eligible to provide RA. Or to better use the resources that are eligible to provide RA by, for example, getting rid of disincentives to showing a resource if you might need to take an outage in a particular month. And I think that for the near term, it would be a big contribution to reliability of the system to try to get more out of the resources that we have, to make them eligible, or to make them eligible for some kinds of RA, or for RA under some kinds of circumstances, and increasing the granularity of how you can show and use RA resources could be a step in that direction. And I think it would be a huge mistake not to be looking at those kinds of potential solutions. Now, maybe they fit into some of these topics that we've been talking about, but it isn't obvious that they do. And I really urge you, not to overlook those kinds of possible near-term enhancements to reliability.
That's great, buddy. Can we move to slide 60, and then I'll move us right back. And I might just keep you on the line. So I think so as you can see, Bonnie, on our very next slide is the pathway forward on a lot of these different topics, including yours.
Okay.
And so I might keep you on for actually, we might call you right back up to discuss these momentarily, because I think what we're really kind of alluding to is that and now would you mind flipping back to slide 59? There's kind of a set of topics. We've had a lot of discussions. Some of these topics we really haven't gotten into deep on. But we're really kind of looking at sort of like the prioritization of these topics and moving these forward. And that, I think what we have is 4 tracks currently. And some of those tracks are pretty ambitious, and they involve lots of sub-tracks, as we've alluded to before as well. But we're also kind of recognizing that there are overlaps and interdependencies between those tracks and topics, as well as overlaps and interdependencies between some of the topics that we might be continuing on in the working group stage. One I'll just sort of make up, for example, not proposing this, I'm just making this up as a hypothetical. If there was agreement of we need some sort of energy sufficiency requirement, that might sort of in turn affect our backstop processes, might affect our substitution processes. But felt like we could kind of boil all of these together and sort of solve all of them for all these at the same time. That seemed like it was too much. So what we're proposing to do at this time was moving forward on those tracks while continuing discussion on these items in the working groups. And then I think the next step is kind of like, I'm trying to get feedback of like, do we have that right? Where those are the key prioritized topics that are in the tracks for stakeholders. We'll continue where are really larger policy discussions and with a lot more, analysis and data needed on these topics. And then we're going to get as well in the one-off proposals that folks have. And so maybe I'll stop. Does that make sense, at least of like how we're sort of bifurcating the discussion? And maybe Bonnie, since I don't know if you're still on the phone line, but I could see if.
Yeah, I am, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate, I appreciate the effort to prioritize, but as to at least the city's one-off proposals, if you want to call them that, I think the priority is kind of backwards, because they represent concrete suggestions that would facilitate, in our opinion, better use of existing resources in ways that would enhance reliability of the system in the very near term. And so to put ideas like that at the end of the process, after we slog our way through all the conceptual stuff, like, how should the inputs and assumptions for the LOLE analyses be defined, and should it be a target, or should it be a default or a minimum? I mean, a lot of those difficult conceptual design issues are, I think, going to take a long time. And if you're leaving some low-hanging fruit hanging, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yep, that makes sense. Maybe that's the tie-in, and we'll finish up on this slide and getting feedback, and then going into some of the one-offs. Like I know I'm stealing Danielle's, but like I think partly what we're looking to do is to have you present on them, and to have stakeholders have the opportunity to provide feedback on it, because this is kind of what I alluded before. Is to me, it's a little unclear. Like some of them would be or kind of foundational changes to the way RA works or how it's thought about, and we don't know if it's kind of just 6 cities versus like, oh no, there's a number of people who've been thinking similarly in terms of what the reform sets look like, and if there are certain ones where it's like, no, that one really should be prioritized and included in one of the tracks or made a separate track, that type of feedback would be super helpful. It's just right now, I think we'll have a comment by one party, but we just won't have a real good sense of sort of what the entire, we will neither have had a really good opportunity to discuss it in detail, nor will we have feedback from others. So, but maybe we can continue on through this slide quickly and then get into slide 16.
Yeah, I wonder if it makes sense to table that, but maybe ask for feedback as we are asking for feedback on backstop and revenue sufficiency. I mean, not revenue, resource efficiency, and then and sort of ask for feedback, give folks a chance to kind of think those through and see if those 3 issues that we just had up, after you think about it, warrant either putting in to one of the paths that have already been identified, or is it truly something that just needs to stay in the working group phase? So does that make sense, Bertha?
Yeah,
and Anya?
to me that feedback.
Okay. So let's move to pathway forward, and really what Kaiso wanted to do here with the next 2 slides is go through, as Partha said, some of the suggestions that came as as one-offs. There were many suggestions that had very common themes. There were others that were very specific, and 6 cities just spoke about some of those. And if I could ask 6 cities to where they, so for the first one, for the showings, if you could, I think you just talked about sort of the thought behind having different RA or different capacity values for different days of the month. But I would ask as we go through this, and I'll ask 6 cities now, to sort of articulate the problem that you're trying to address with this suggestion, and then, a little bit more about how you see it addressing the problem that you've identified.
Sure. I'll take a stab, and if I guess would it be possible to unmute Meg McNall? And I don't know if Nick Berkey is on the line, but either of them might think of something I forget. But I would say there are a couple of problems that the first suggestion would address. And the concept is, let me see if I can, sort of give an example. You have a resource that is eligible to provide 100 megawatts of RA capacity. And in a given month, if you include it on your RA monthly showing now, you have to show it for maximum 100 megawatts or some lower amount. You could, I guess, show it for just 75 and just make the remaining 25 be non-RA for that month. But our suggestion would be to allow it on a daily basis to be included at a variable level. So one day it could be shown for 75, another day it could be 100, another day it could be 0, another day it could be 50, subject to showing for each day an aggregate equal to the RA requirement for the month. What that would do is allow the LSE to use some portion of the capacity for self-substitution for an outage of a different resource, for example, or so that would be one benefit. And in doing that, it would reduce the tendency to not include a resource in an RA showing if you think you might need substitute capacity during the month. So in many months, there are, LSEs have RA capacity under contract that they're not including in their monthly showings because they may need them for substitution. And the CAISO has no visibility with regard to those resources. This would address the visibility issue. So we don't see why there should be a problem with this. I mean, it would be a change in the rules, yes. It would be a higher level of granularity in the showing, but on a day-to-day basis, the CAISO would probably have more visibility into the status of resources. So we think it's a reliability win.
Bonnie, it's Anthony. Definitely, it's an interesting idea. Then what I see is like 2 issues. First is how many supply plans you will need to submit to CAISO for dedicated months, because since you change or how many lines for specific resources that you will be showing differently. And then in terms of most of our obligation, how does it work? Because if it's on your RA plan, you must offer in real time, in real time, but then it would be changing for some resources. I guess for AC might be a a nightmare. So just very quick.
Well,
quick reaction on that.
Adeline, I gotta preface this by saying I don't prepare monthly RA showings. So I don't, you know, I will acknowledge that there may be implementation complications that wouldn't be obvious to me because I don't fill out the forms. But I guess with the, you know, with the days of computers, it seems like, you know, if you're showing a resource for, if you're, you know, if you're showing a resource at a different, potentially a different quantity over a 30-day period. I mean, we don't, we're not suggesting intraday variations. We're suggesting, you know, so it'd be 30 numbers for each resource for a month as opposed to one. In terms of the must offer requirement, I think the must offer requirement would vary on a daily basis as well. But again, it ought to be susceptible to validation, I would think.
This is Noah down from Middle River. You know, I think some of these suggestions belong, maybe not belong, but can dovetail into the other pathways or pathway forwards on outage substitution problems that we have. And I would simply say that, you know, we shouldn't sort of carve these out to say, oh, do we want to, these are separate topics. I personally don't think they're separate topics. I think we can talk about it in the policy development phase to look at various solutions and how to solve these problems. And as Bonnie said, there's probably low-hanging fruit on some of these that we can move quickly to resolve some pain points.
Thanks, Noah. This is Anya with the ISO. I agree. I think some of these might be related to analysis for some of the tracks. Some of these might be related to some solutions within some of the tracks. I think the kind of maybe ask was recognizing that these weren't topics or suggestions that were widely kind of debated or discussed in the working group. You know, the extent that stakeholders had feedback on some of these suggestions, that we could get a dialogue on that and understand, you know, where to find a home for it. Should we kind of consider it part of the solution phase, or solutions within the policy development phase? You know, are there any issues here that weren't widely discussed that we should elevate in some way? Thanks.
Harry, is your hand new or old? And you're unmuted.
Hey, that must have been an old hand. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. All right, I don't see anyone else in queue.
Yeah, no, love to get feedback. To me, like what I heard behind is that there's probably an interplay between at least 3 of the initiatives and what you were discussing. Like, you know, implementation probably crosses all of these, but like equally, it seemed like there was sort of a dovetail with some of the challenges in the outage substitution processes. It seems like to the degree that we're allowing hourly granularity in the showings, it probably dovetails a little bit into the CPM and backstop processes and the cost allocation issues. And so like, yeah, I think it's probably, yeah, I would love to hear more, maybe this, like, appreciate that overview. I'd love to hear like stakeholders' feedback on it and like, you know, maybe in written comments of like, and it could be just simply as like, yeah, this is something that really should be explored more, like, or something that I fully support, or like, no, these has serious challenges that, you know, and that shouldn't be prioritized. And so, but maybe, I don't know, we could move to the next one, or.
Yeah, let's move to the next one. And I think, you know, I think many of these, oh, back up a slide if you don't mind, thanks. I wanted to get to the second showings, but I think from what I'm hearing, and 6 cities made a lot of suggestions, on proposed solutions, which is wonderful. And that's why I asked sort of to get some clarity around the problem that was, that they were seeing, that they were proposing this might solve, because then it might give CAISO a better idea of, okay, if the problem they're trying to solve with this is the amount of capacity that's available for backstop or to meet the 1 in 10, whatever it is. If this is similar to what Perry was talking about yesterday with recognizing resources that are very close to being operational and increasing the amount of RA available in that way, this could fall into the same bucket. So let's just go through these and we can talk about the problem that it is addressing, and then see if there's a clear sort of place it belongs, or if there's just not enough information for stakeholders to react to it and people want to think about it a little bit more, because I think it's going to be hard with some of these to say, if I'm in your seat, yes or no, I agree with it, or I don't agree with it, because there's so much detail that needs to be talked through. And implementation is, one of those big issues when you think through how you would actually take this proposed mechanism and apply it in real time. So can I go to Middle River Power for the showings on and their suggestion that ISO move to 100%? Okay. I wanted you, sorry, I should have been more clear. Can you tell us what that was trying to address, and a little bit more about how you might see that?
Yeah, so we provided this feedback suggestion in looking at the ISO's problem of trying to do its modeling for the year ahead process. Knowing the challenges for what we currently have, which is 90% of 5 summer months and 12 months on the local side, we all know that we are not, the ISO doesn't get all the information, as it's already knows, to run its analysis of what the shown portfolio will be. So the suggestion here is to move up the timeline and have LSCs meet 100% of their requirements, such that the ISO can run its analysis, determine whether or not the portfolio will meet a 0.1 LOE standard, and then go from there. And then everything after that, outage substitutions and so forth, whatnot, is we can talk at a sort of a different phase on a different solution for that. But these are sort of very iterative on what problem you're trying to solve. And if you're trying to solve a problem of you don't have data, which right now the ISO is asking LSCs to make up data, I don't think that's the right step to do.
This is Steve. Noah, a question with that. If they're doing 100% annual showings, do they have to be fixed, or can you change them a month ahead?
What would you like to change?
No, I'm just thinking, are you talking about a full 100% year ahead? You have to do your showing and that's it, you're done? Or is this just, for modeling purposes, you have to tell them something like now with the 90%, you put stuff in there 90% year ahead. But when you get to the months, you can actually, you don't actually have to show those same resources. You have a month ahead showing for 100%. I'm just wondering, is this fixed year ahead so then we don't even need to do monthly, or
correct,
it's just to let the CAISO do some initial modeling?
It's simply meet your requirements year ahead and you're done. No changes. If there are changes with regards to outages, then it's managed on the sort of the generator side, the supply side community.
Thanks, Noah. This is Anya with ISO. I think something for stakeholders to react to in comments and maybe here is also how to deal with some of those more variable resources. So, currently, we see changes in the month ahead for hydro, for DR, for imports. And so recognizing kind of those resources that can be adjusted closer to the month ahead showings, how to account for that in light of your suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, are we trying to flesh out those details now, or like today, or are we trying to determine whether or not this is an idea to be discussed at, in some other meeting?
I don't think we're trying to solve the issue today. I just recognize that when folks react to this, something to consider is some of the variability there. And so I think, your suggestion could come up in that track associated with modeling as well, or backstop, just recognizing that there's some complications there too.
RA is complicated. I agree.
I think for that, it's still the same problem. If you just have like year ahead, there is like a lot of flexibility. I mean, if you look at the plan we submit on the yearly basis compared to what we submit on a monthly basis, I guess there is like a lot of discrepancies for many, contingency that we could not capture a year ahead, not only for outages, but yeah, some stuff happened. We had this discussion internally. It's like, obviously, not having like 12 filing even more. So we can discuss it.
Yeah, I mean, one issue, this is Steve Keenes from Edison. One issue that comes up to me is, how do you deal with units that are proposed to come online and that maybe, get delayed or something, given how many resources we have that are coming online over the next, estimated over the next few years, that's going to be a fairly big issue.
It doesn't have to be. You could have one scenario here, variation of the showing to allow new resources, very similar to, I think, local RA. You allow, is it local RA? Yeah. Well, there's a variation. You can allow COD or new resources to come online, and by the time of to be shown on the year ahead showing, and then if they don't come online as expected on that particular month, then it's treated like an outage, and that's on the supply side. As far as load is concerned, it is done with its year ahead showing. Everything else is on the supply side, and with supply side with the ISO.
Can I comment on this?
Yeah, I guess you can't show any potential new resources simply because you don't have NQC yet. So Sierra won't be accepted.
No, yes, you can. There are new resources. Where's Abdul? there are NQCs for new resources. Yet to come online on the other tab. Look, you are measuring this idea based on the current set of construct of tariff. What we're trying to do is to go outside of that a little bit to figure out whether we need to make certain changes to accommodate for this thing. That's what we're doing in policy, right? Yes, I agree. There are trade-offs between good, bad, and the ugly here, right? But this is why we're here, to talk about all these ideas to figure out what we can move forward.
Chris Devon, TerraGen.
So
I wanted to comment on this for a while now. So we also think this is a good idea to do 100% annual showings for several reasons. Number one, because of what you mentioned, right? I mean, all of this survey and doing these forward-looking assessments based off of, estimates and hopes and dreams is not going to necessarily be as good as if you got 100% showing, right? So we suggested that for this reason as well. But when you look at the other things that can change, including the outage rules, and specifically the 100% planned outage obligation is really because of the monthly RA program. So this should be, since we're in a RA reform, RA enhancements type of space, we really think this should be a major discussion that people should actually be engaged in, instead of trying to, it seems like everybody is like opposing this idea. We're not saying that you have to have, 100% annual showing that can't necessarily be adjusted later. I think, Noah's saying that, but I think that we should at least have a discussion. Could you have a rearrangement? Could you have outages and substitutions? I think what Noah was getting at was that you could address those things on the supply side as opposed to the load side. So instead of having the load have to come in and do 12 showings, you could just have the load do one single annual showing. It could be by month, but then, as things get changed, there could be coordination between the LSCs and the supply side. And all these sort of things could help address some of the fundamental problems within the outages and the way that CAISO views the requirements that are necessary for substitution rules. And so I think that part for the supply community is really important, that we should talk about that more. Thanks.
Steve Keene from Edison. So I was just going to ask a question. When you're talking about the annual showing, are you talking one number annual showing for the whole year, or are you talking about, like we have now, differing monthly numbers? Just you do the annual showing, but there's a different number for each month.
It could be both. I mean, it could be one or the other. We should have a discussion about it, right? You could do it where you have individual months, or you could have one annual. I think obviously the CPUC and other entities would probably say that would result in over procurement, and we have pushed back against those discussions previously when you say one annual number for the entire year. Right. So, I mean, obviously that would have to be a big part of the discussion, but there are benefits of doing that, like the way that you can set the PRM and avoid having to do some of these planned outage rules. So, other areas have annual requirements, and then they don't have these more onerous planned outage requirements.
Let me just raise one thing I think that we'd have to deal with that is RAP is doing they have 2 seasons. Just, that would be something that we'd have to consider with that, because of, some of the resources may go back and forth between RAP and CAISO. And, if CAISO is requiring them on an annual basis, that may limit some of what we can get.
Yeah, but sure, agreed. But that's not necessarily a reason to not discuss the idea of moving to annual showings.
Go ahead. No, it's very interesting because I feel like the 2 proposals from 6 cities to go more granular on a monthly basis and actually killing the monthly. I think we can take that as 2 extreme and discuss more on like what might be the way forward. But it's from now on, it seems very complicated to move away from the monthly filing.
Can I suggest we take 5? It's been a couple hours, so take 5 minutes and grab a cookie or some coffee and then regroup.
All right, everyone, welcome back from your 5-minute break. I'm going to turn things back to Danielle and we'll continue this discussion on stakeholder suggestions.
Okay, I think we have, I'm just looking at the time, so I think this this meeting is scheduled till 4 o'clock. So I think moving through some of these other suggestions relatively quickly probably makes sense. And I would offer that some of these or all of these solutions will be you'll have an opportunity to, as these initiatives go forward at each of the tracks, you'll have an opportunity to raise these and where it makes sense and where it fits into the track and the issues under the track. That will be an opportunity for you to potentially present, explain your views in more detail, get feedback from the other participants, other stakeholders, and make informed decisions, I think, on whether these merit sort of detailed design or for a number of reasons not implementable, or maybe something that is, for future discussion. So the next two on 6 cities were potential solutions. And is it Bonnie? I think I would ask Bonnie if this is, if these 2 suggestions are aimed at addressing the same issue as the RA showings, the RA values that we talked about in the first suggestion under showings. Are these meant to address sort of the amount of capacity available to meet reliability needs, or was there some other issue that you saw that you were trying to address with these?
Can we unmute Bonnie's line?
Hi. Yeah, I was waiting to be unmuted. So Bonnie Blair, yeah, I think broadly speaking, that's the right topic. Essentially, ways of providing additional capacity for the system, or I think the second one, the front of the meter battery resources is kind of it's an analog to demand response, but we think it would be a reliable analog. And when it's in front of the meter, the CAISO would have visibility and potential control, so that it would have a more reliability enhancing effect for that reason. And then the recognition or allowing some portion of RA needs to be addressed with locally developed projects that could not be necessarily delivered across the entire system, would again provide additional capacity to the system by relieving local needs, and would help to overcome some of the deliverability limitations that are preventing new projects from getting the deliverability they need to be eligible to provide RA. So.
Okay, thanks, Bonnie. Any reaction to that from stakeholders?
We have Perry and Eric in queue. Perry?
Hey, this is Perry Servideo CISA. I actually had my hand up on the last topic, so I'll let Eric go, but just promise me you'll come back to ask about that MRP suggestion from before the break. Thanks.
Let's unmute Eric.
Yeah, mine was from before the break as well.
Okay, let's get in our time machine and go back before the break. Okay, so Perry, do you want to go ahead on the 100% showings?
Yeah, so this is Perry. I was actually interested in what Eric wanted to say on it too. I was always has a good perspective on this kind of stuff. I just wanted to say at this stage, I would support further looking into the suggestion for the 100% annual showing and how you might structure that. I think everyone's sort of commented on the various design decisions that would need to be made. But I am at least initially attracted to the idea that, and I thought perhaps load serving entities would also be attracted to the idea that they could do one showing and then essentially be done with dealing with the KISO from that point forward throughout the year. That's kind of attractive. Now, do you need to make it one, the granularity of 1 year, or can you still do monthly? There's some benefits to shaping that monthly, I think, but we could work that out going forward. The one thing I wanted to mention, which Steve Keen had a good segue into, is the interaction with capacity procurement outside of California in the Western Resource Adequacy Program. And just to put a finer point on Steve's point, their summer showings are due at the same time that our current annual showings are due, except they have to be 100% procured at that time, and then they get a 1 or 2 month cure period that leads them into the end of the year. So at least the current timeline lines up for if load serving entities want to get their procurement done, have it all due at October 31st, like every other load responsible entity in the WEC will have theirs due 100% on October 31st. I think if you don't, now it's a game that maybe the LSEs want to play, but if you don't, you run the risk that you have less to choose from after that point. And I would think that California would want to be getting ahead of that and be competing and getting that capacity. So that is just to point out that the timeline for summer procurement is aligned with 100% by October 31st. And that would kind of, at least in that respect, would be standard across the West. So again, more things that I'd love to keep talking about here, but then also interested in getting Eric's perspective. Thank you.
Let's go to Eric.
Hey, Eric from CalCCA. So Perry, you may regret wanting to hear my perspective. So I actually see a lot of problems with it. The first fundamental problem that I've kind of asked before on this call is, what is the role of the ISO versus what is the role of the LRA? The showing periods have always been the LRA. This is not something that the ISO has taken over. So what's being requested here is for the ISO to establish something that is different than what the LRAs have already established. The appropriate place to do this is within the LRAs, and take a look at there. I do, aside from that, I think there is a problem with 100% annual showings. When you look at the ISO's information about imports from a year ahead basis, for the last 3 years, it has ranged from 3,400 to 4,200 megawatts worth of imports. You'll also hopefully know that CalCCA did some stack analysis that even with 6,000 megawatts of imports, it's questionable as to whether or not we get there. So it's the month aheads for the September showings that you actually start seeing 6,000 to 6,400 megawatts of resources. We haven't seen people willing to commit RA in that year ahead time frame like that. Second problem, hydro. I mentioned it earlier. In October, when you are doing a year ahead showing, you are before the precipitation year has even begun. You have no idea what you're going to get. So if you're stuck with a year ahead showing for hydro, you may be vastly over or vastly under what you will actually be able to provide. And I think those who are subject to UCAP penalties or RA aim penalties or anything like that are going to err on the side of conservation. And that's going to cause us problems because we won't have the reliability that we think we ought to have because we're miscounting those resources. So I'm not sure that 100% annual showing is a good idea from a physical standpoint, but moreover, this to me is a decision for the local regulatory authorities, not for the ISO. And I would encourage the ISO to state within this process where they are drawing the line between their responsibilities and that of the LRA. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Can we move to the modeling? Or do we have?
There were a couple
Oh,
more
I'm sorry. I'm
questions.
sorry. I should have asked you. Sorry
No
about that.
problem. Could we go to Mohan Narula?
Yeah, Mohan Nirula for CWR. So I had a comment on the 100% annual showing, following up with the same discussion here. So we have provided comments in the past that 100% annual showing is a problem for the city of Watts because of the reason that the water operation is based on the hydrology and water demand, and that keeps on changing. And there is a drastic change from annual to the monthly. So it's almost impossible to even predict what capacity is going to be available from a particular resource. So with that, I think if we lock the capacity in the annual process in October, and next year, let's say in September or August, we may have different capacity. And that can create a lot of problem with the operation as well. And so it's going to be a problem for CDWR. And I think most of the hydro resources, they're going to see a completely different picture in the monthly compared to the annual if there is a change in hydrology. So that is the CDWR's position. And I am also curious to know what would be the problem with the monthly showings. I don't understand why monthly showing is a concern. So that's my question.
Hey, Mohan, this is Noah Tom from Middle River. How do you, setting the month ahead process to the side for a second here, in the year ahead, how do you think about the ISO gathering the data necessary to run a model, an LOE study at 0.1 LOE? Like, what are the inputs and assumptions you would have to make?
Yeah, I think with regard to CWR, we can have forecast for next year sometime in, let's say, July or August for next year, and that forecast can change drastically again sometime in October, November, and then every month that can change. But I know, what you're talking about is if ISO's gathering data for LOLE modeling, what we can provide is what we know, based on the available information. And hydrology is very unpredictable, and so as the water demand. So that's why we have to be very flexible in terms of providing data to ISO, both for demand and supply, so that we can actually operate according to the hydrology and water demand, and also offer the resources based on our current availability, not based on what was assumed in the annual plan.
So does the CDWR's program not base its sort of RA requirements on like the CEC forecast?
Yes, it does.
Then if it does, then it doesn't change with regards to requirements.
We provide forecast on a monthly basis based on the updated forecast of load and resource study.
Who's your own load and resources study?
Yeah.
Right. No, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out like how they CDWR is setting its own requirements on a month-to-month basis. That creates certainly a lot of uncertainty for the would create a lot of uncertainty for the ISO to for purpose of its own LOLE study in year ahead, right? In the sense that the ISO, my guess here is Adequacy is going to take the CEC's forecast, apply a PRM, run the data set of shown RA resources, and then, but what CDWR is saying is that forget about those forecasts because we're going to update them later.
Yeah, that is correct because of the unique nature of CDWR operation. It's not just like any other, IOUs, LSCs. Our operation depends on the hydrology and water demand, and it can change drastically month to month, year to year. So that is the reality.
Right.
Yeah, and I think CDWR's contribution to the system reliability, if you look at how much load it can drop during those stress conditions, it's I think nobody can match that, and that's the way it is operating. And when there is a need, it can help, but at the same time, we have to be flexible in terms of the demand as well as supply, in operation.
This is Chris from Terragen. Just real quick, I just want to point out that I think it's very appropriate to raise that concern about the hydro year and the hydrology, especially in the West, probably even more so than anywhere else in the country. But there's other areas that have planning years that start on June 1st or start in April. And that is actually a more appropriate time frame so that you can plan what you're going to actually have and what you will be able to show and rely on and how to address planned outages. So California does things a little bit backwards in that sense. And just because we have a current October annual showing doesn't mean that we can't change that and have a different planning year. So I just want to respond to those concerns. I think I recognize their concerns, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about this as part of the solution set.
And just to follow up on that, if there is let's say better hydrology and, there is increased generation of hydro resources compared to the annual, so you're going to have extra capacity that is available during the year, and you could actually update the QC values to increase and use those resources, which can actually enhance the reliability. So if you just block the capacity in the annual plan, you cannot use that capacity, extra capacity, right?
So Mohan, on continuing sort of this brainstorming session here, if you were to lock in your capacity values year ahead, and they do increase, that makes you available for additional, whether it's needed for backstop, RSC deficiencies, so forth. That's available capacity for the market, right?
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, I think there are ways to get around this sort of fixed value problem in your mind.
Yeah, but I think I'm not still understanding why monthly showing is a concern. So that's the part I'm missing.
Yeah, it seems like we've had a good conversation here on the details. I think that maybe some written feedback to hear sort of more about people who support and or oppose or have additional questions, and then maybe we can sort of take it there. I think that to me, one of the foundational questions that was sort of what Eric Little had discussed, just in terms of the roles of the LRAs versus the CAISO, and sort of what would be the implications of us moving to it if the other LRAs did not. And so, but yeah, I really appreciate the good discussion, and I'm not wanting to cut off the conversation, but I recognize that even though our power has a number more topics here that we might want to get to on this list.
Thank you.
So.
Okay, we ready to move to modeling? Yeah, we're back. I don't know.
It could be. I want to work as well. We didn't actually get to 6. So to me, if I were to summarize, and maybe Bonnie can correct me if I'm wrong, is the couple of proposals that you all had were basically ways to have resources counted as RA within the program, but not necessarily meeting the full deliverability and requirements for being RA that we currently have in our processes. And like maybe, so maybe it's just sort of like, I recognize that we kind of cut off that conversation all of a sudden, but if folks wanted to give written feedback or verbal feedback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think those two were aimed at increasing the amount of capacity available for reliability, to serve reliability needs. So, and certainly not foreclosing anything. I think I think these are all worthy of additional discussion. And I think most of them, if not all of them, will come up in one of the tracks as part of the discussion. Modeling. I think this came up yesterday, right? Where there was a suggestion that ISO or CAISO do a backcast, which I think you said was a reasonable suggestion and something you'd consider as part of the track one. I'm not sure.
Without detail the phone, I don't want to commit him ahead of time. I think they're like, Noah's committing him. I think that might be one as well, where it's just maybe articulating what the value is that you will have of that. If there's anyone who's concerned about it, maybe they can provide written feedback just in terms of.
Yeah, this is Noah again. So we talked about it this morning. Kathleen raised the issue, or Vistra raised the issue of whether or not the current default PRM and the LRA's various PRMs in aggregate are able to meet the 0.1 LOE. And so we talked about it last time as well, in the sense of, hey, if that's a threshold question, then let's do some math and run the analysis based on the 2022 and 2023 showings.
Yep, and certainly not trying to commit CAISO to anything or any participants to anything. Just that one seemed like a natural sort of track one, that for further discussion. Any comments on that?
We have Catalin's hand raised.
Afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Bonnie for the suggestions. I think still the ISO still believes deliverability is an essential part of the RA program, and energy-only resources should not be allowed to count for RA regardless of their location. We can discuss some more, but we can technically draw the requirements out. Why not? So we can have further discussion on this, but currently we believe deliverability is an essential part of the RA, and energy-only resources should not be allowed to count for RA regardless of their location. Thank you.
Okay, nothing else on that. MRP, you're very popular. You're all over these lists. Planned outages and how those are factored into the RA requirements. And you had a suggestion about allowing CAISO to approve or deny based on a buffer. Can you give us a little more on what you were trying to address there and just a little bit more color on what you're thinking?
Yeah, I think we may have raised this during the last workshop when we talked about the planned outage and substitution process. This can dovetail into the 100% RA annual showings, and one scenario would be still be based on the the monthly granularity of the RA program, but add in the a planned outage buffer from the supply side to such that all the planned outages do not require substitution. One way to skin this cat.
Okay, thanks for that. Any feedback on that?
I sort of think that could be sort of scoped into the discussion set. Obviously, that was one of the topics that was brought up in the previous iterations of our outage substitution processes. there's probably be lots of crossover discussions in terms of LRA responsibility versus ISO responsibilities. And so it was the most sort of efficient, effective path forward at this point in time. But yeah, I appreciate your bringing that up again.
Can I ask just a very quick question on that? Do you know if there is any ISO RTOs that does that, including the plan outages in the PRM?
I think there are other ISOs and RTOs that utilize an annual RA program. That is, and they essentially bake in planned outages and approve and deny planned outages as, yeah. But that also means that capacity is not on a monthly basis, right? Like you don't have monthly variability of capacity values. You would have a one set value for the entire year, or seasonal. Yeah, there are many ways. Again, there are many ways, variations of how you can do this.
Can we unmute Eric Little?
Can I jump in front of Eric real quick? Okay, this is Chris Devin from Terragent. So just one other thought that just occurred to me on this one was to kind of just suggest that we always hear a lot about the point I raised earlier, which is that the monthly, procurement allows for avoiding over procurement or excessive costs for RA, right? But we never get any analysis about the way that the structure of the RA program, including the monthly concept, actually requires for these substitution rules, and then therefore what we've seen in other parts of the CAISO acknowledging artificial scarcity in the RA market. And so, I think that this suggestion could get to that point if we were able to do some analysis about this idea. It kind of goes to the 100% annual showing discussion, or some different flavors of that. If we had seasonal and we had some kind of planned outage buffer, then would that somehow impact the cost, the ultimate cost of the ratepayers, right? I mean, that obviously is a hard analysis to do. So I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily the thing we have to do, but I think we've never tried to really have that discussion before. So I think it's just at least worth talking about as part of the solutions and saying, there are some benefits to that, and weighing out the pros and cons of these different options: 100% annual showing, planned outage buffers, removing the 100% POSO requirement, those sort of things, and they all intertwine with each other, right? And I know you guys have heard that a million times, but I think trying to analyze how pulling on different levers here would be helpful to the overall discussion. Thanks.
Eric from CalCCA. So this idea of including planned outage into a buffer, it transfers the responsibility for outages from the party that can control them to a party that can't. So an LSE can't decide when a planned outage of a resource is going to be taken. The owner of the generator is the one who decides that. The ISO specifically set out their planned outages in a manner that provides incentive for those generators that know that they want to take outages to ask for them early, so that the ISO can do a better job planning. What this is asking you to do is not to incent them to provide you with planned outages sooner, but simply to overstack the deck to make sure that they can take them whenever they decide that they're going to take them. I don't agree with this. CalCCA doesn't agree with this. It's moving the burden to a party who has absolutely no control over it. It's the wrong thing to do. I think that MRP has had some other suggestions about having a market for substitution. I think that's a great idea, so that they can get resources where they're not having to commit something for a month, but maybe there's only a couple of days. But placing the risk on LSEs who have no ability to control a planned outage is quite simply the wrong direction here. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I was actually just going to mention that after your talk here, that we did also raise an outage market that's run by the ISO.
Hearing nothing else on this, and again, we'll reiterate, this will be part of this is kind of getting the lay of the land and understanding what's being proposed, so that that stage can be set for when these come up, to the extent stakeholders want to bring them up in future tracks. Noah, you're back on again for unit testing to set QC values.
Yeah, it was just, I think internally we had some discussion on the complications of running a UCAP analysis that could be different than what, based on different assumptions. If we're trying to sort of solve for the issue of ambient D rates, potentially one of the things to do is to do like a Pmax test for the QC value on a seasonal basis. I think other ISOs and RTOs do that as well. But that would only limit sort of to an ambient D rate issue, not an overall UCAP solution.
And just to be clear, I think that we have that scoped as a priority item based on stakeholder feedback. We have that looped into the modeling track, was really sort of that combination of default PRM, default counting, UCAP, and as well as based on the feedback of participants, this more direct, when we did our look at it, I think consistent with your finding, it seemed like all the other markets that we reached out to and looked at their tariffs on, they had some sort of seasonal testing, to kind of depend on what levels, but basically to say, like, if you're looking at summer availability, you should test on a reasonably hot day what your availability will look like in those conditions, and have that as sort of a set as a minimum, a maximum value that you could include as in then basically any D rate that would happen based on UCAP or availability would be from there. But
can I? So compared to what Kaiser does with the deliverability studies, what is this testing doing? I understand there would be the UCAP, including in the QC, this testing, the unit testing, but what is it different? Yeah, please explain that.
So if the goal of UCAP is sort of simply identify ambient D rates of a thermal unit, then one of the ways to do it could be to test the unit for its Pmax availability based on certain conditions, right? To meet summer reliability, to meet winter reliability. And so one would sort of replace the other, right? You would either do this or you do UCAP. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Just curious here, this is Abdul. Today we have Pmax testing. Part of, resources get tested randomly by the CAISO. Initially, they get tested during the NRI process, and then they could get tested randomly, and that would impact their Pmax value. So, is this something? Is this what are you talking about? That, or are you talking about something different? We also have authority to test for NQC, but we've been utilizing the existing Pmax testing for NQC as well. So we haven't established a separate NQC testing process, even though we can do that if we have authority to do that. But I think neither of these would get would replace UCAP, if that's what you're suggesting. I mean, they're useful tests in setting NQC, but replacing UCAP, I think, might be pushing it a little bit, because just because they passed UCAP or they passed a Pmax test at a given time doesn't mean that they're historically, their ambient D rates or historic forced outages are not lower than their Pmax value that they can achieve at a given moment.
Yeah, that's why I was saying that this only accomplishes a targeted problem of what's the ambient D rate, if you will. But what you also don't get in various iterations of UCAP is, since it's not settled, we don't know exactly where UCAP is going to go, that individual resources may have upgrades which can improve their availability for for purposes of QC, that's not going to be reflected until several years after. And so, you know, if and those are very challenging, I would say. So maybe somewhere in the middle is this PMAX QC testing on a seasonal basis for consideration. You guys want to consider it?
Yeah, does anyone else, I'd just be curious to know, does anyone else, from my research and outreach, it sounded like most of the other RTOs had some sort of seasonal testing, you know, where they'd have some process where they had a different value in the summer months versus the spring months. And it was basically saying, we're going to test these conditions and say, under these different conditions, you have a different maximum value based on it. They almost all had some sort of accreditation process that also reflected availability or outages in some form, you know, either ELCC type values based on the study process and their relative reliability contribution, or, you know, or a UCAP process. Is there anyone else that you know that just does like the proposal that you have and doesn't layer both in place? Because to me, they're, as Abdul was describing, I think that there's really different purposes. Like if you had the testing is one thing, like UCAP is obviously getting at a much different set of, you know, the data we have obviously currently overlaps because a lot of some of the forced outages we see are really ambient D rates that might not be reflected currently today. But even if we address the ambient D rates, we wouldn't fully reflect all the forced outage rates. So it's really kind of a subset of the forced outage rates that we're seeing.
So this is why I said this is very targeted for ambient D rates. I am not suggesting that this will solve your UCAP problem. And I still don't think, even after you go to UCAP, I still don't think you're going to cover all different scenarios of UCAP, right? For each individual resource. I think this is going to be very difficult.
Chris Devon, Terragen. So I think I would oppose this because it seems that to try to capture ambient D rates, you'd have to test these units during the most extreme weather conditions. Why would the CAISO ever want to test units in those scenarios? I mean, that seems like a huge reliability concern. There's already existing engineering that shows what the ambient D rates are. I mean, look at all the information that the CPUC has put out on these, right? Every single type of unit, all these combined cycle units, all these CTs, they have existing engineering that says that at what temperatures by degree that their ambient D rate should be. That's how other ISOs set this, not by doing a QC test like this.
I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm just going to say what we do in New England just to give a little bit of color. So what we do, for better or for worse, and I always hesitate to sort of apply things we do in New England to other areas that have completely different, you know, sort of landscapes and issues, but here's how we do it. We have seasonal testing, winter, summer. We have what we call, you know, sort of your capacity rating, which reflects sort of normal operation, right? So you go into the summer, you can choose a 10-day window. It's not going to reflect those conditions may not reflect normal operation, the environmental conditions. So you test it, and then to Chris's point, that gets adjusted based on the curves for the unit. We do the same thing in the winter. But we have another test called EcoMax, which I think is your PMax. And so part of that testing is normal output, which is your capacity value. Additional testing, same window, where you're putting the pedal to the metal, that's your PMax. And so, and that changes summer and winter as well. Just a little, but you don't get away from, Chris's point, you don't get away from the curves because you can't predict that while you'd like your capacity value to be at 60 degrees or 70 degrees, that window may not exist in the time that you're testing. Everybody's tested the same way. And if you don't have a test, if you don't have a history yet because you are brand new, we do a first year of a typical combined cycle, and then you get into the summer winter test going forward. Don't know if that helps, but that's how we do it in New England.
Yeah, Perry Servedio's in queue.
Hey, this is Perry Servideo from CISA. My comments just really quick on, and it was on the previous topic related to getting a planned outage buffer for the CAISO to use. I just wanted to say, I'm not convinced yet that it's a bad idea. And I think that if we look at the data, it actually shows that the current policies that are in place are not incentivizing or appropriately incentivizing earlier planned outages. So I think the suggestion could be to say, let's look at that a little bit more. I'm not ready to get rid of this suggestion. There's also other factors at play when it gets to planned outages, and that's the interaction between the supplier and the load serving entity that they've contracted with, and there are potentially some inequitable outcomes that could crop up in that space, or at least we've seen where certain load serving entities may tell the supplier, no, you cannot take your 1 week outage in that month or 2 weeks outage in that month. And then they turn around and put their own resources on outage. That's consistent with what's in their contract, perhaps, but it really does put the load serving entity in the driver's seat on who gets to have a planned outage or who doesn't. And at least my thought would be turning that over, that type of responsibility over to an independent organization. It would be completely consistent with what an ISO is supposed to be doing. So I would just say I think it warrants us looking at that a little bit more closely. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Should we move on to losing track here? Yeah, move on to slide 61. And we'll move reasonably quickly through these. I think we had a couple of suggestions on the treatment of batteries for outage and availability. Is anyone on the line that can just briefly speak to the issue that was being addressed here and a little bit more color around the proposed solution?
We have Doug Boccignone on the line. Not seeing any hands in queue.
Can I comment?
Of course.
Okay. Chris Devon Tergen. So I don't want to assert what they intended by this one, but certainly seems like this is much more of a market design concern issue. Obviously, it results in some availability, perhaps for RA purposes, but I think we're mixing storage technology and modeling within the CAISO market design with RA. We would strongly oppose discussing this in the RA space.
Any other comments on that one? Okay. Noah, you're up again on, I know I saw you packing up. I got nervous. Outages and substitutions in advance of the T-8.
Yeah, I think this is probably, in my mind, the lowest hanging fruit that ISO can accommodate, which is to change the timeline to allow SCs to work towards getting their planned outage substitutions in advance and not have to wait all the way up until sort of like the day, essentially the day before or within a 24-hour window. It is challenging. You have this AI called Sierra up there. So we've said.
Yeah, I don't know what's AI, but so Noah, it's funny you bring T-8 again, because in the past we got rid of it because people hated T-8. and they were like, you wait till last minute and then you're denying my outages. And they fought hard and strong, and that's why we moved away from it. But so it's funny that we're back here. But here's the thing, you don't have to wait for anything. I mean, you can, well, the new rules are you can get your substitution secured as advanced as you want. We're just opening the window first time at T-minus 29, not T-minus 38. At T-minus 29 opens up the first time or anything that have been submitted already. Guarantee you need to substitute any RA capacity. So you can have your substitution ready. It's just the window to put it in the AI is 24-hour window, but you secure it in advance. Anything you submit after that, as soon as you submit it, AI picks it up the next day, and then you get 24 hours. So, yeah.
Yeah, to secure it, I think there's a slight difference between securing it and then waiting for everyone to getting on this sort of, getting on the phone, waiting for emails, please approve. And if you're dealing with 15 SCs trying to get approval within 24-hour window, and if only one of them does not approve, the entire thing gets denied, the resubmission and everything, it's a challenge. It's a frustration. Everybody's frustrated. And
so it's really that 24-hour window. It's too limiting, is what you're saying. The window to kind of submit, approve, just that kind of process takes. If you have a lot of, SCs.
If I have a 500,000 megawatt outage, and if I'm lining up my supply for substitution, I can line up 100 megs at a time. Great, let me line up 100 megs at a time, and I'll put it in. I have them so that I don't have to impact other people. If I have to wait until everybody gets in line and one person happens to be on vacation, doesn't have email, I don't know, then it impacts 14 other SCs. Everybody is impacted.
Fair enough. Yeah, so process kind of related. I think, like you said, low-hanging fruit, because hopefully if we address outage substitution, we can kind of get rid of this whole thing. But if we don't, then yeah, I see your. Right, yeah. Yeah.
Anything else on this one? Next one was the pool for substitute capacity. I don't know that anything else needs to be said on that one. I think everyone understands what that's aimed at. Is that fair?
Yeah, to me, it's also maybe it shouldn't be on this list because I view that as sort of pretty foundational to the track 2 discussion. I think that's probably there's a number of different ways to have substitute capacity pools work, but I think that almost everyone's trying to figure out what's a more efficient way and not have individual SCs have to hold back capacity for substitution and to have it be some sort of pooled type approach. So yeah, thanks for that.
Which could mean there is more discussion needed in working group. It was really interesting out there going through all these 2 slides and really discuss within the group.
Next one is the 0.1 LOLE for Backstop, ISO Backstop. I think we talked about this one at length. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts they didn't share, but I think we've beat this one down for now. Suggestion that the ISO explore capacity market. That's a big suggestion.
Does anyone from WAPA on the call want to weigh in on some of their thoughts around that?
Okay, that could keep us here for another 2 hours, so we'll move on. And the last one is hybrid resource interaction with FlexRA and performance incentives, RAIM, and I don't know what this means. The use of outage cards and dynamic limits for signaling unavailability. Chris, can you?
Sure. Chris Devin Terrigen. Last but not least. No. Okay, so the CAISO ran a stakeholder process for hybrid resources back in 2020, and there were several issues that were not addressed, including the must-offer obligations for hybrid resources. There are no clear delineation of how hybrid resources are supposed to be bidding into the CAISO's market within the tariff or BPMs. All that is in there is for NGR resources, which are how hybrid resources participate in the CAISO markets. There are various other issues related to the use of hybrid resources within the market, such as how they provide AS, how they are required to provide flexible RA, and what those must-offer obligations are, and their interactions with the RAIM mechanism. So all of those things were not discussed in the CAISO's one initiative that was intended to address hybrid resources, and they were specifically stated within that process that the CAISO would address those at some later point. That was in 2020. So hopefully that can be scoped into this discussion or another discussion, because it's long overdue. Aerogen has over 1,500 megawatts of battery storage that is situated within hybrid resource configurations. So this is extremely important to us as an individual resource owner, but it should be important to CAISO because the entire queue is made up of hybrid and co-located resources almost. So I would suggest that this should be something that we discuss, because not only are there interactions with the market, but there's things that were just left open-ended related to the must-offer obligations and how the tariff reflects the obligations for bidding for these resources. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And thanks for that additional background. I recognize some of that came up in our enhancements phase 2 with the must offer and bid insertion requirements, and some discussion there. And that was never kind of an initiative that kind of was left as is and waiting for this working group. So really appreciate you bringing this issue up.
I'm assuming there's also maybe overlap with some of the UCAP discussion to the degree that UCAP was applied to these type of resources. To me, like one of the questions we've had is, and it's been brought up, is sort of the, what are the different outages? How would that be applied in UCAP? And to me, there's a whole sequence of like what's being shown for RA, what's expected to perform, what's the expectations for performance and availability via the MOO, and what would count as sort of non-performance and unavailability, such that you'd be either dinged by RAIM or be dinged in your counting. And so to me, like, am I sort of right to say that those full suite of topics is really what you're talking about, is kind of like from start to finish, where the sort of expectations, bidding requirements, and then the penalties / unavailability consequences that would result. Is that sort of fair to say, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, we've been advocating for everything from accreditation all the way through to final settlement, right? I mean, that's essentially what needs to be continuously, or sorry, not continuously, revisited for finalizing those discussions that I think we're left kind of as, additional work that needed to be done. And there are things that interact between the market and the RA piece, like this flex RA issue. Hybrids are exempted from generic RA RAIM, but they're not from flex RA RAIM. A lot of the times, if they're category 1, hybrid resources will, if they have grid charging restrictions, will have no state of charge in the morning, but will have a must offer obligation according to flex RA at 5 a.m. In those kind of situations, we just like to have the discussion: is that appropriate, or should there be some other, allowance for uniquely situated resources like those that have grid charging restrictions? And then the use of the outage cards, the dynamic limits, that one is an area where it's there's been some piecemeal policy that CAISO's done through operating procedures and guidance on an individual basis that is really not very clear how we're supposed to participate when providing AS. The whole policy just doesn't talk about AS at all, and neither does the tariff. So we just have a lot of instances where we would like to see some clarification of how we're supposed to participate in a way that's reliable and signals to the operators how much we can really provide, right? I think the dynamic limit tool is intended to do that. But when you're providing AS, you're not supposed to be using the dynamic limit tool, right? And so that was never discussed. So these are just a lot of the nuanced issues here that we could get into. I think Terragen really wants to just express that this is really important to us specifically and that it needs to be addressed somewhere. I think we're okay with it if we can talk about these things in perhaps the next storage and hybrid related initiative, if we can do that. But since it has impacts on these things here, we needed to include it in our submission of something that, I think was, omitted by others or perhaps not raised as something that needs to be addressed. So that's why we placed it here. We also have placed similar stuff into the stakeholder catalog for both of these two things, the AS provision and anything related to RA for these resources. So we're just trying to find a home for it at some point. And I think, it can get quite complicated. So I think we would prefer it to just be housed within the energy storage enhancements and hybrid resources discussion. But since it has interactions with these RA policies, I think it's holistic. We need the CAISO team to think about it more broadly than just in market design aspect. So thanks for hearing us out. Appreciate it.
Any other comments on that? Thanks, Chris. I think that takes us through the slides. Can move on to next steps. Slide 63. Want me to take this? You want me to do this one? Okay. So CAISO is asking that written comments be submitted on the meeting yesterday and today, and on the discussion paper and draft recommendations by Friday, May 17th, which gives you a couple of weeks anyway, a little over that, to kind of digest what was discussed today and put some comments in on the working group documents and the discussion, as well as I think we asked for your thoughts on track 3 backstop reform and that problem statement or problem statements, and that will be discussed at the next working group meeting. I think CAISO asked for the similar feedback on day ahead sufficiency in the extended day ahead market. That was track 4. Give that some thought and provide comments. And the I'm going to go back in my slides here. There were, I think, additional topics for future working groups, and that was RA product definitions, deliverability, and interoperability with existing and emerging RA programs. Feedback on that, thoughts on whether those remain as sort of future topics for working groups, or whether those, one of them or some component of them, could be rolled into one of the tracks that we're moving forward with, which is track 1 and track 2. I think there was consensus on moving forward with those. So I think we accomplished a lot today.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd like to sort of agree with that. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone's active participation, today and throughout the process. And I recognize that we have there's a lot of substance within the discussion paper to go through, and I think what we're really trying to move is how do we move these sort of out of the working group stage to where we really are in the policy phase of developing solutions to the different issues. And I think what Danielle had sort of indicated before, I think there's been some questions by stakeholders on what does it really mean to move to the policy phase. And at least what I want to kind of reiterate is that we kind of recognize that there are within the paper we recognize too is there'll likely need to be additional analysis done that will help sort of inform solutions, and it might inform as well as revising the problem statements. And there might need to be additional discussions just in terms of what should the scope and ordering of the topics be as we move into it. But really, I think the policy phase would kind of be the initiative phase, be moving
probably more towards the traditional initiative process where, it's still stakeholder driven, it's still sort of, taking the lead, but as having, issue papers followed up by, draft proposals, on each of these different topics. So I think what I'm really hoping to get from stakeholders is, to agree that you all aren't ready to move on any one of these tracks, really try to hone in on like what clarification is needed. What would it take to get you to support it or not? Or there's something foundational that causes you to oppose it. And so, but great discussions. And I really think that we're, on a good track. And I really appreciate everyone's, excellent engagement on these topics. Steve has his hand raised.
Since it seems like there seemed to be pretty universal support to taking at least track 1 and track 2 and moving them to the policy, do you have an idea of like what you're thinking of the timing with that?
So I'm going to make a caveat that's unhelpful first, and then I'll try to be helpful. So at least in terms of timing, I think that we recognize that we're going to take it back to the, through some of the ISO processes to try to make sure that we have the resources and prioritization right. But I do think we're looking to move up on all the tracks expeditiously. So I believe that we're trying to move them as fast as we can into the policy phase.
I don't expecting like by the probably not by the 25 year, but 26 RA year maybe.
Okay. My anticipation personally is saying that we're going to be taking that for assuming that we have, support from stakeholders, and like, let's just say we're talking about the track 2 for outage and rain. Like track 1 to some degree is already, in terms of the modeling work, I think people have recognized that it's been moving forward via the survey processes and some of the prep work that the DGS team has done internally. I think on that one, I think that our anticipation would be, at least my anticipation is we'd try to move that, early this summer, but I do have that caveat of it needing to go back through some of our internal processes to make sure we have, the dedicated resources to move it sort of fully through the process in a timely manner. Any other questions? Maybe before we go, any other sort of questions on sort of the process going forward and the comments? Because I do recognize we're asking for a lot in terms of the comments and feedbacks we're seeking. So I just want to make sure that if there are any questions like that Steve had, like maybe if folks want to ask them now, because I think we're really trying to get towards driving it towards this policy phase where we're looking at we're looking more deeply at developing out the solutions. Any other feedback that folks have on the line? Well, thank you again. Back to you, Isabella.
All right. Thank you very much. So, just comments due on Friday, May 17th. And then if we can move to the next slide, I just have a couple reminders to provide you all. So as many of you know, the ISO publishes to its Energy Matters blog every so often. And one of our most recent blogs focused on the working group process. So if you haven't read that article, I encourage you to take a look at that. We also just posted an article last week, which I believe focused on transmission. So if we can go to the next slide. The ISO is also hosting a new resource implementation meeting tomorrow. It is offered both in person and virtually. So the final agenda and presentation and all meeting materials are available there on the public forums webpage, which are linked out on this slide. Next slide. And then the ISO is also hosting a resource operations readiness training series in May. And the goal for this training is just to prepare customers in advance of the summer to meet ISO expectations, just for successful resource management, especially during those tight conditions. And so each course will focus on different topics. So we have resource performance expectations on May 7th, battery performance expectations on the 15th, managing intertie transactions on the 16th, and then WEIM resource performance expectations on the 22nd. So you can register for those trainings there at the RegFox link on this slide. And then there's also additional information on the ISO calendar. Next slide. And then our last reminder here is just that the ISO will be launching a updated website in late May. So we will be hosting training sessions for that at the end of May on the 23rd and the 29th. And we'll be providing additional details on that through the daily briefing. And you can also follow us on social media for announcements there. With that, we have no further information to discuss today. That brings us to conclusion, and I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks.
The conference is now over. You may now disconnect.